Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. All right. I wasn't planning on posting this. I wrote it down in my notes app just to get it out of my head. But it's been a week and I can't stop thinking about it. Maybe if I share it, I'll stop waiting for those footsteps every night. So, I moved into a house in Norfolk about a month ago. It's old, like legitimately old, over 200 years, according to the paperwork. One of those narrow stone houses with warped floors and a staircase that groans like it's in pain. I bought it cheap, which should have been a red flag. But I was just trying to get out of London, and I've always wanted a place with history. Be careful what you wish for, I guess. First 2 weeks were fine, dusty, a little drafty, but fine. I worked on stripping wallpaper, fixing up the kitchen, minor stuff. I hadn't even touched the attic. The previous owner left it bolted shut, and I figured I'd get around to it once everything downstairs was sorted. Then the light started flickering in the hallway one night. I thought it was just bad wiring. It's an old house. I grabbed a stepladder and went to check the fixture, and that's when I noticed it, the square outline in the ceiling. A pull-down hatch I hadn't seen before. I tugged it open. Dust rained down. A folded ladder swung out. I climbed up, half expecting to find dead mice or broken antiques. What I found instead was a trunk. Big, wooden, like something out of a pirate movie. It was tucked in the far corner, covered in an inch of dust, like it hadn't been touched in decades. No lock, just a rusted latch. I opened it. Inside was a projector. One of those crank-powered ones, metal, heavy, with a small lens at the front. No brand I recognized. It came with a single reel of film already loaded on. I should have left it there, but I didn't. I brought it down to the living room, set it up on the coffee table, and plugged it in using a converter cord I had for old tech. I don't even know why I had it. Just one of those random drawer items you never think you'll need. The projector whirred to life like it had been waiting. No struggle, no delay. Just a smooth, steady hum like it was built yesterday. I pointed it at the wall and turned off the lights. The footage started. Black and white, grainy, silent. It showed someone walking through a house. At first I didn't recognize it. Just old floorboards, wallpaper, some faded furniture. Then I saw the hallway. It was my hallway. The same crooked banister, same uneven floor tile. The person you never saw their face walked slowly, steadily, like they were checking each room. Not in a dramatic way, just methodical, like they were counting the walls. They went into the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, then up the stairs. And that's when I saw it for sure, the painting above the staircase, the one I bought from a charity shop 2 weeks ago, hanging right there in the film. This wasn't old footage. This wasn't some historical record. This was now. I sat up straighter. My mouth went dry. I told myself maybe someone had been here before I moved in. Maybe a previous tenant had set this up as a prank or something. But the person kept moving. They went into the bedroom. My bedroom. The bed had my sheets on it, my duvet cover, even the hoodie I'd tossed on the corner earlier that day. The person walked to the foot of the bed and stopped. That's it. They just stood there, not moving, not breathing, just watching. I reached for the crank to rewind the film, thinking maybe it looped or glitched or something, but before I could touch it, the image flickered. The reel kept going. Only now, the camera angle had changed. It wasn't following the person anymore. It was from their perspective, standing at the foot of the bed, looking down, straight at the sheets, straight at the hoodie, straight at where I'd be if I were in bed right then. And even though the footage was black and white, I swear I saw it the faintest shape under the blanket. Something breathing. That's when I shut it off. I yanked the plug. The projector made this horrible mechanical wheeze like it didn't want to stop. But it did. I sat there in the dark for a few seconds, trying to breathe. Then I heard it. Footsteps. From upstairs. Not fast. Not stomping. Just slow, careful, like someone didn't want to be heard. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a floor lamp, and crept up the stairs, heart hammering. I opened the bedroom door. No one there. No movement. But the hoodie? It was gone. I searched the whole room, the closet, under the bed, nothing. And when I went back downstairs, the projector was gone too. Just gone. No sound, no door opening, nothing. But the weirdest part, the attic hatch was closed again. Bolted. Like I'd never opened it. I didn't sleep that night. Didn't even try. I sat on the couch with every light in the house on, staring at the ceiling like it might blink first. Every creak made me jump. I kept thinking I'd hear the attic hatch pull open again, or worse, hear that old projector whirring back to life in another room. But nothing happened. Morning came like it always does, slow, uncaring, too bright. And just like that, the house was back to normal, quiet, still, like none of it had happened. I got up and checked everything again. The attic ladder was bolted tight like before. I even tried yanking it open to prove to myself I hadn't dreamed the whole thing, but it didn't budge. I would have had to remove the screws to get it down. That didn't sit right with me. I checked the living room too. The projector, the reel gone, not misplaced, not tucked under the coffee table. Just gone, like it had never existed. I kept waiting for the usual explanations to kick in. Maybe I'd had some kind of sleep episode. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe I imagined the whole thing. But there was one thing I couldn't shake. The hoodie. It was still missing. I searched the whole house, closets, laundry basket, even behind the radiator where things sometimes fall. It wasn't anywhere. And it wasn't just any hoodie either. It was this dark green one with a bleach stain on the sleeve. You don't lose something like that. That's when I stopped pretending this was all in my head. I thought about calling someone, telling a friend, but what would I even say? Hey, remember how I bought that old house? Well, turns out the attic had a film projector that showed someone watching me sleep, and now my clothes are disappearing. Thoughts? So I did nothing. I went to work, I answered emails, I pretended like I wasn't checking over my shoulder every few minutes. But that night, it happened again. Around 10:30, I was brushing my teeth when I heard it. A click. Upstairs. Soft, barely there, but definitely real. I stepped into the hallway and looked up. The attic hatch was open. Not fully, just a few inches enough that I could see the darkness behind it. No ladder down this time, just the space. I should have called someone, I should have left, but instead I grabbed a flashlight and climbed up on a chair to peek through the opening. There was something up there. Not a person, just the trunk, back where I first found it. The lid was shut. I climbed up into the attic, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other. Every step felt like a dare. I reached the trunk and opened it. Empty. No projector. No film. Just dust and air. I turned to go back down, and that's when I saw it. The hoodie, laid out on the floor. Folded, like someone had been keeping it safe for me. It wasn't dusty, it wasn't wrinkled. It looked freshly washed. I picked it up, half expecting something to crawl out from underneath, but there was nothing. Just fabric. I brought it back downstairs and left it on the kitchen table. Didn't touch it again that night. When I woke up the next morning, it was gone again. And this time, I didn't bother looking. That day, I went into town and bought a motion sensor camera. One of those cheap ones people use to watch pets when they're not home. It connects to your phone, sends alerts when it sees movement. I set it up in the hallway, pointed toward the attic hatch. That night, I left all the lights off, sat on the couch, just waited. At exactly 1:30 in the morning, my phone buzzed. Motion detected. I pulled up the app. The feed showed the attic hatch open. Same as before, not wide, just enough to be wrong. No person. No ladder. Just darkness above and the faintest shape at the edge of the frame. It looked like a shoulder, or maybe a shadow of one. And then the feed cut out. Not glitched cut, like someone had turned it off. When I got upstairs, the hatch was shut again. The camera was unplugged, neatly, like it had been done by hand. I stood there in the hallway for a long time, trying not to breathe too loud. That's when I realized something. The attic wasn't just a place. It was acting like a camera, like it recorded things and then replayed them. But it didn't use tape. It used the house. The stairs creaked in the same pattern, same rhythm, like footsteps being run through again. Sometimes I'd hear the floorboards settle even when I wasn't walking, like the space remembered, like it was playing me back to myself. That thought made me feel sick. So I did what any normal person would do. I made tea, sat on the couch, tried to watch something dumb and loud to drown it all out. Then I saw movement in the mirror above the TV. Not behind me. Above me. The attic hatch was opening again. I stared at the mirror without blinking. I didn't move. The attic hatch was opening again, I wasn't even looking at it directly, I just saw it in the reflection above the TV, that square of darkness spreading wider. The edges soft, like the house didn't want me to notice right away. I stood up slowly. Didn't grab anything this time. No flashlight, no chair. Just walked toward the stairs like I was being pulled. Halfway up, I stopped. The hatch was open all the way now. Not a single sound had come from it. No creak, no thud, just open. I stared at it for a long time. There's something about open spaces that aren't supposed to be open. They make your brain panic in a quiet way, like you're not sure whether to look or run. Your instincts can't decide. I climbed the last few steps, looked straight up. Nothing looked different. Same square hole in the ceiling, same darkness, but I could feel it. Not cold air, not heat, just presence. Something there. Watching. I stood under it for probably 5 minutes. Then I went back down, slowly, turned on every light, locked the doors. I sat in the kitchen with a pen and notebook and wrote one sentence over and over. You are in the house. I am in the house. I don't know why I wrote that. I just needed to make it real. That night, I dreamed of film running without sound, endless loops, a hallway stretching longer and longer, a bedroom where the door never closes. The film burned out halfway through, but the projector kept turning, and in the dark I could hear breathing right next to me. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor just inside the attic hatch. It was closed. No ladder, no chair. Just me, face down on the upstairs landing, dust on my hands. I hadn't sleepwalked since I was a kid. I didn't remember climbing up. Didn't remember anything. I stayed on the floor for a long time, trying to figure out how far things had gone. The hoodie showed up again that afternoon. Same bleach stain on the sleeve. Laid across the foot of my bed like someone had folded it there neatly while I was out. I didn't touch it. I called a locksmith. Told him I wanted the attic sealed, not just locked, sealed. He came by the next day, gave me a weird look when I showed him the hatch, but didn't ask questions. Installed a steel latch, 2 new brackets, and a sensor that chirped if it opened more than a few inches. He left around 5. I felt better for about 3 hours. At 8:43 p.m., the sensor chirped. Just once. I froze. Then another chirp. I opened the app on my phone that came with the device. It showed the hatch had been opened to exactly 6 inches. Then closed again. I checked the attic myself. No sign of tampering. The latch was still there. But the floor under the hatch? It had dust marks. Like bare feet had stood there. And in the middle of the hallway, directly under the attic entrance, was the projector. Back from wherever it had gone. This time, it wasn't plugged in. The crank was wound. And the reel? Already turning. I stood there for a long time before I could make myself look at the wall. The footage was playing against the white paint above the stairwell. It was the hallway. This hallway. The one I was standing in. Live, but not live. Someone walking slowly toward the hatch. Not me. A different figure. Taller, leaner, same pace every time, like it had memorized the steps. It stopped underneath the hatch, looked up. That was when I realized the footage was from above a camera angle I'd never seen before. Looking down from inside the attic, watching the figure approach. The reel slowed, started reversing, backwards steps, backwards motion, then stopped again. New footage. Me, standing where I was now. Same clothes, same socks, same pen mark on my wrist from writing earlier. And behind me, just at the edge of the frame, a second shadow. Not touching me, not speaking, just watching me from behind. I turned around fast. No one there. The film burned out. The reel spun dry, and the projector clicked once, then stopped. I didn't touch it. I didn't rewind it. I didn't even breathe loud. I went downstairs and stayed up until sunrise with the windows open and all the lights on. The projector was gone again by morning, but there was something else waiting for me. Inside my fridge, a single roll of undeveloped film, wrapped in black tape. No label, no note. I didn't open it. Not yet. I left the roll of film in the fridge for 2 days. Every time I opened the door, it was there, same shelf, same spot. I kept thinking maybe it would disappear like the projector had, but it didn't. It just sat there, like it was waiting for me to admit that it belonged. On the 3rd day, I finally took it out. It was cold. The tape wrapped around it had no writing, no marks, just matte black and sealed tight. I stood at the kitchen table for a long time, turning it over in my hand, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do with it. I don't own a camera that takes film, never have. I didn't even know if there were places in town that developed it anymore. But part of me knew the film wasn't meant for a shop. It was meant for me. I wrapped it in a paper towel and left it in the kitchen drawer, out of sight, but not far. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Not because I was scared of what might happen, but because I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what it showed. The house stayed quiet that night. Too quiet. No footsteps. No attic creaking. No projector, which almost made it worse. Like the silence wasn't peace, it was restraint. A held breath. A pause between lines. Around midnight, I started hearing something new. A clicking. Soft, rhythmic. I thought it was in the walls at first, or the pipes, but when I pressed my ear to the floor, I realized it was coming from the attic. Not footsteps. Not film. The sound of something turning over and over again like a crank. I didn't go up. Didn't need to. The projector wasn't up there. It was in the house now. It didn't need a room. It had one. Me. The clicking stopped around 3 a.m. Not abruptly. It just faded. Like the house was slowly winding down. When I finally fell asleep, I dreamed I was walking through my own house, following the sound of something recording, not playing, recording. In the dream, The hallway was longer than it should have been. The doors were too tall. Every time I looked behind me, the wall had changed color slightly, like I was being filmed on different reels, different versions of the same story. At the end of the hallway was the attic hatch. Open. But when I looked up, I wasn't looking into the attic. I was looking into a different house. Older, dustier. Same layout, different era. There was someone inside it. Not watching me. Filming me. Through the floor. I woke up with a headache and the taste of dust in my mouth. I went straight to the kitchen. Opened the drawer. Unwrapped the film. The tape peeled away too easily, no resistance, like it had been opened and resealed before. I held the reel up to the window, just to see. Most of it was too dark to make out, but a few frames caught the light. They weren't old photos. They weren't blurry. They were recent, modern, in color. The kitchen, my kitchen. Same mug on the counter. Same groceries on the table. Same crack in the tile by the sink. And in the middle of the frame, me. Back turned, making tea. Shot from above. I didn't move for a long time. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. Just stared at the frame, holding it by the edges, like it might burn me. It didn't make sense. I live alone. I always lock my doors. But there I was, photographed like I was part of a collection. I stuffed the reel back in the drawer, grabbed my keys, and left the house without even changing clothes. Drove aimlessly for over an hour. Didn't stop until I hit the coast, parked near a bench overlooking the water, and just sat, watching the tide move in and out, letting the wind numb my face. I stayed there until sunset, and the whole time I couldn't stop thinking one thing. If the house had been filming me, what had I missed? What else had it seen? What else had it shown? When I got home, the film reel was gone. But in its place, sitting dead center on the kitchen table, was the projector. No reel inside. Just the empty slot. The crank wound tight. And taped to the lens, a piece of paper. One sentence. You haven't seen the end yet. I didn't touch the projector. I walked around it like it was something dead in the road. I stood at the far end of the kitchen and just stared at it. The note was still taped to the lens, same handwriting as before, blocky, too neat. You haven't seen the end yet. I should have thrown it out. I should have smashed it to pieces and buried the parts in separate bins, but instead, I sat on the floor and watched it, for hours. It didn't play itself, it didn't move. It just waited. I fell asleep leaning against the wall. When I woke up, the projector was gone again. That was somehow worse. It didn't make me feel safe. It made me feel observed, like I was failing a test I didn't understand. I started noticing little things after that. The hallway light would flicker exactly once at the same time every night. 12:52, not 12:51, not 12:53. Always right on the second. The door to the spare room, which I never use, started opening by itself, not swinging wide, just slightly ajar, like someone checking to see if I was inside. And the photos on my phone, they changed. Not all of them, just one. A selfie I'd taken a few weeks ago after I finished painting the kitchen. I remember the original clearly. I was holding a roller and laughing because I'd splashed paint in my hair. Now, same photo, same framing. But in the background, just at the edge of the hallway, there was a figure. Blurred, unfocused, but tall, watching me. I checked the photo data. No edits, no duplicates. It had always been there. I deleted it. The next morning it was back. Same file name. Same position in my camera roll. I stopped using my phone for a while after that. Started writing things down in a notebook instead. Kept track of the sounds I heard, the times the light flickered, the dreams. Because the dreams were changing too. No more long hallways or old versions of the house. Now I was inside the projector, watching myself sleep. Not metaphorically, actually, like I was the lens. And every time I tried to look away, I couldn't. I had to keep watching until something moved behind me. But I never saw what. Just the sense of something stepping into the frame, getting closer. That's how I always woke up right as it reached the edge of the shot. 2 days ago, I found the reel again. Not in the fridge this time. Under my bed. I hadn't checked there since the first week I moved in. The reel was already half unwound, as if it had been played and someone stopped it halfway through. I didn't play it. Not yet. I just sat there with it in my lap, listening. Because upstairs, the attic hatch was open again. No ladder, no sound, but I could feel it. The way you feel heat off a stove burner before you touch it. I climbed up around midnight. Didn't bring a light. Didn't speak. I just waited. And after a while, the projector was there, set up in the corner, already running. Pointed at the angled roof beam where the shadows flickered like something was standing just outside of view. The footage was black and white again. But the air around it, that wasn't old. It was now. I watched the figure walk through my hallway, past the kitchen, into the bedroom. Then the screen went dark. Silent. No flicker, no static. Just nothing. And then I heard the crank. Not in the attic. Behind me. Downstairs. Spinning slow, like someone winding the film forward. I left the attic and ran to the living room. The projector was on the coffee table. Still running. Still empty. But the screen, it wasn't showing the hallway anymore. It was showing the attic. From a new angle, like a camera had been mounted where I was just standing. And in the center of the screen was me, looking at the beam, looking confused, looking scared, then turning to leave. Except I hadn't turned yet. I was still watching, still frozen, still behind. That's when I understood. The house wasn't just filming me. It was duplicating me, splitting time, making new versions of the same footage. And every time I watched, I became a little more fixed in the reel, a little more predictable, a little more recorded. When I turned around, the coffee table was empty again. No projector, no screen, just the faint scent of warm metal. And behind me, a stack of reels, labeled, dated, all with my name. I didn't touch the reels. I just stared at them. Stacked neatly on the floor where the coffee table had been, about 10 of them, each one labeled in the same blocky handwriting, same ink, no stickers. Just scratched into the plastic casing like they were always meant to be permanent. All of them had my name on them, first and last. No dates this time. Just the word final etched into the bottom reel. That one was on top. I didn't want to see what was on it. But I knew I would. Not right then, not that night. But soon. I went upstairs, checked the attic. Empty again. The air didn't feel charged anymore. No clicks, no flickering light, just quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after something finishes what it came to do. I stayed awake until dawn, sitting in the hallway outside my bedroom door, like I used to do when I was a kid and afraid of the dark. I watched the light shift across the floorboards. Every time the house creaked, I tensed up, but nothing moved. Nothing played. Nothing watched. At least, not that I could feel. I thought about burning the reels. Really thought about it. But something told me that wouldn't change anything. It wasn't about the objects. It never was. The footage wasn't in the reels. It was in the house. Or maybe in me. The next day, I made a decision. I packed a bag. Not everything, just enough. Clothes, charger, passport, some books. I didn't know where I was going yet, just that I couldn't stay. The house felt calm, like a stage after a performance. But I didn't trust that stillness. I didn't want to wait for the next showing. I left around 6 in the evening, locked the door behind me, left the keys in the mailbox. No note, just silence. I checked into a cheap hotel 2 towns over, small place, brick exterior, smelled like someone had tried to cover old smoke with lemon cleaner. I didn't care. I just wanted to be somewhere that hadn't memorized the way I breathed. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept expecting to hear the crank start up in the hallway or see a projector flicker to life in the corner of the room. But there was nothing. Just the hum of the mini fridge and the occasional car passing outside. I started to think maybe I'd escaped it. Maybe leaving was enough. Maybe the house had gotten what it wanted. The next morning, I took a walk through town, found a coffee shop, sat by the window, watched people pass without looking up. It felt good. Still. Forgettable. I finished my drink and walked back toward the hotel. There was a package waiting for me at the front desk. No name. No return address. Just a plain box, wrapped in brown paper, tied with twine, I knew what it was before I opened it. Inside the projector, wrapped in my green hoodie. No reels, no power cord. Just the body of it. Cold. Waiting. I didn't bring it to my room. I walked straight behind the hotel to the dumpster and dropped it in. I heard the thunk when it hit the bottom. Heavy. Final. I stood there for a while after. Not because I thought it would crawl back out, but because I knew I'd just thrown away a part of myself. Something I'd been recorded into. The rest of the day was quiet. I didn't go back to the hotel right away. I wandered, got lost, let myself be nowhere for a few hours. When I did return, everything was untouched. Bed made, bag still zipped, nothing waiting. That night, I dreamed of my house, but it was empty. No furniture, no attic hatch, just 4 walls and a ceiling. I stood in the center of the living room and waited, but nothing came. I wasn't being filmed. I wasn't being watched. I was alone. And when I woke up, I felt okay. Really okay. Like whatever had followed me, or tried to, couldn't anymore. I checked out that afternoon. Moved into a short-term rental a few towns away. Different layout. Different floors. No attic. It's been 3 weeks now. No sounds. No footage. No shadows. Sometimes I still dream of the hallway, or the flicker of the projector, or that slow, steady crank. But when I wake up, I'm alone. And that's all I've ever wanted to know when I'm alone, and when I'm not. I haven't gone back to the house. I don't plan to. If someone else buys it, I won't warn them. That sounds awful, but I don't think it would matter. The house doesn't haunt people. It watches them, learns them, records them, and once it's finished, it lets them go, but it keeps the reels. Because the house doesn't want blood, it wants memory, and now it has mine. This is gonna sound so fucking untrue, but hear me out, okay? I'm not the kind of person who makes up weird stories for attention. I don't post online. I don't even comment on things. I barely have social media anymore. I don't like being perceived, let alone watched. Which is why this whole thing has messed with me so badly. It started in a coffee shop in Portland. I live here now, have for a few years, and there's this little place near my apartment I go to when I need to work without actually working. One of those cozy wood and concrete places with the exposed ceiling and weird art on the walls that someone's cousin probably made. Anyway, I was sitting in the back, near the window, not even doing anything important, just on my laptop pretending to be productive. The place was half full. Mostly laptops, some quiet music playing, espresso hissing behind the counter. Then I got an airdrop notification. At first I ignored it. I don't have airdrop set to everyone, so I assumed it was a mistake, or someone nearby trying to send a meme to a friend. But then it came again. Same file. It said, video from unknown device. There wasn't a name on the sender, just that generic unknown label, The kind that pops up when someone's name isn't saved in your contacts or they're actively hiding it. I hit decline. It popped up again. Same file, no change. I don't know why, but the second time I accepted it. I think I thought it would be a dumb joke, like a dog video or some kid pranking everyone with a fart sound effect. I didn't expect it to be me. Literally me. The video was maybe 10 seconds long, shot from across the room, from near the front counter. The angle was low, like someone holding their phone in their lap. And it showed me, sitting exactly where I was at the back of the cafe, typing, wearing the same clothes, hair up, headphones in, same posture. Just there. I watched it 3 times. My hands got cold, the kind of cold that crawls up from your palms into your arms. I didn't remember anyone pointing a phone at me. I didn't see anyone near the front looking in my direction. And the file name? That's what really screwed me up. The name of the video was my old address. Not the one I live at now, not one I've ever listed online, not something you'd find on a people search site unless you were really, really digging. It was an apartment I lived in with my dad when I was 13, half a country away. I stared at that name for so long it stopped looking like words. The formatting was weird too, not Video 1 or IMG or anything like that. Just the full address, street number, name, city, no state, no zip. Just enough to know exactly where it was. I closed the video, looked up, scanned the cafe. No one was looking at me. No phones pointed in my direction. The guy near the window was on a Zoom call with headphones in. The woman behind me was reading an actual book. The barista was wiping down a milk pitcher. Nothing felt off, but I could feel it anyway. That skin-tight, heartbeat in your neck kind of tension. I opened the video again, slowed it down, tried to look for clues. That's when I noticed the reflection. Behind me, in the window, you could see the cafe. Not super clearly, the glass was dirty. Light was weird, but enough. And in that reflection, at the same table I was sitting at, there were 2 figures. One of them was me. But not me at the time of the recording. Me from the front, like I was facing whoever took the video. And then me again, to the left of the first one, leaning forward, looking toward the person recording. Same hair, same face, same fucking clothes, but her eyes were wrong. In the reflection, her face was still, unmoving, like a photo laid over a mirror, while the real me, the one in the seat, shifted slightly, blinked, tapped the keyboard. But the other me? Nothing. No blink. Just watching. The video ended. I nearly dropped my phone. I didn't even pack up, just closed my laptop and walked out like I was being chased. I didn't look behind me, didn't check to see if anyone followed. I just walked home fast, through streets I've walked 100 times, and locked the door the second I stepped inside. I sat on the floor for a long time after that. Didn't even take my coat off. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I checked my phone again. The video was still there. Same file name, same length. Still said received from unknown device. I tried to trace it, clicked around in settings, looked for history, looked for Bluetooth logs. Nothing. It was like it had never come from anywhere at all. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the hallway light on and left the blinds open so I could see if anyone came up to the window. No one did. But around 3 in the morning, I opened my camera app, not to take a photo, just to look. And for a second, just a second, I thought I saw something in the front-facing preview. Something behind me. That looked like me. I didn't go back to the coffee shop. That probably sounds obvious, but for me, it was a big deal. That place was part of my routine. I don't have many constants, and that little back table near the window was one of them. But after what happened, even walking past it made my chest feel too tight. I stayed inside for a few days. Called in sick, closed the blinds, kept the hallway light on and the TV going at low volume, just so I wouldn't hear the quiet too clearly. I watched the video again on the second day. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to know if I'd imagined it. Same clip, same angle, me sitting at the table, and in the reflection, that second version of me staring into the camera like she already knew I'd be watching later. Her face still didn't move. Not once. Just that dead stare, no expression, no blink, like she was made of paper, like she was waiting. I took a screenshot and zoomed in. The reflection wasn't perfect, it was warped, like reflections always are, but the face was mine. Not just a general likeness. Mine. Same scar near the eyebrow, same necklace, same chipped tooth in the front, barely noticeable unless you're up close. The same, but not. Her skin looked too smooth. Her eyes too wide. She looked like me, if I was trying to look like me. And failing just slightly, like a costume that almost fits. That was worse than if it had been completely wrong. The wrongness was subtle, hidden in the details. That's what made it sink in deeper. By the third day, I tried to explain it to someone. I called my friend May. She's one of the only people I still talk to regularly. We went to school together. She's smart, no bullshit, the kind of person who doesn't scare easy. I didn't lead with the video. I just asked, have you ever had something weird happen? Like tech stuff, something that felt off. She laughed and said something about ads listening in, the usual paranoia. Then I told her what happened, the coffee shop, the airdrop, the video, the reflection. She didn't laugh that time. There was this long pause, and then she said, "Send it to me." I hesitated. I didn't want it on someone else's phone. I didn't want it to spread, like it would gain strength if I passed it around. But I trusted her. So I sent it. She called me right back. "I don't know what to say," she said. "That's you." "I know. But it's not either." "I know." She was quiet again. Then carefully she asked, "Do you think someone could have made this? Like a copy? A face thing? A deep fake?" Yeah. I wanted to say yes. I wanted that to be the answer. But I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. "It's not just the face," I said. "It's the address. It's the reflection. It's the way I felt right before it showed up." "What do you mean?" I took a breath. I felt like someone was watching me, not in the obvious way, not creepy guy, across the room. It was like something just outside my line of sight, like the space around me was too full. She didn't respond for a bit. Then she said, "Okay, don't open it again. Just delete it. If it's messing with you that bad, don't give it more attention." I promised I'd delete it. But I didn't. I couldn't. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the file name. My old address. I hadn't thought about that place in years. It was this weird little duplex in the middle of nowhere, tucked between empty fields and a rusted-out playground. We only lived there for a couple of years, but something about that time left a mark. My dad and I didn't talk much anymore, but I still had his number. So I called him. He answered on the second ring. I told him I'd been thinking about that old place, asked if he remembered anything strange about it. He laughed. "Strange like what?" "I don't know. Just anything off." He was quiet for a second. Then he said, "Why are you asking about that house?" His tone changed. That was all it took. I told him the truth. Not the video, not the reflection. Just that the name of the house had come up, that I felt like something from there was following me. He didn't laugh this time. He said, "I used to hear things at night." I froze. "Like what?" "Like footsteps and voices, but not loud, like they were inside the walls." "Why didn't you tell me?" "You were a kid. You had enough going on." I didn't know what to say to that. Then he added, "Your room was the coldest one, even in summer." I remembered that. I used to sleep with 2 blankets, even when it was hot. I thought I was just sensitive to temperature. No one else ever mentioned it. My dad said, "One night, you came into my room crying, said there was someone in your mirror." I don't remember that. I know. You stopped talking about it the next day. The line went quiet again. I thanked him for telling me. We hung up. I didn't sleep that night either. Not because I was scared exactly, but because I kept looking at my phone, wondering if I'd get another video. The video didn't send itself again. I was half expecting that, like I'd wake up to another airdrop or a file just sitting on my home screen without explanation. But no, it just stayed there on my phone, like it was waiting for me to press play again. I didn't. I kept it, but I didn't open it. The next day was the first time I left the apartment since it happened. I told myself I just needed to do something normal. Groceries, walk. Breathe outdoor air and feel sun on my skin like a real person instead of someone hiding from her own reflection. I put on sunglasses, hoodie, kept my head down even though I was outside. I didn't feel watched in the way I did in the coffee shop, but something was still off, like the sidewalks were too wide. Like the light hit everything at a slightly wrong angle. At the store, I caught myself glancing toward the ceiling mirrors, the big ones they use for security. I could see myself, distorted a little, fish-eyed. And for a second, I swear she was there. Not fully. Just a flicker. My reflection didn't move when I did. My hand reached for the oranges, but the reflection lagged a beat behind. Then it caught up like nothing happened. Just an error. A moment. I left the cart and walked out. On the way home, I passed a building with tinted glass windows, not mirrored exactly, but reflective enough that you can see your shape in them when the sun hits right. She was there again, walking next to me, not behind, not in front, side by side. I didn't look directly, just saw the movement, the posture. She didn't look at me. She just walked with me for half a block, then faded back as I turned the corner. When I got home, I locked the door and closed every curtain in the apartment. That's when I decided to look deeper into the video. Not to watch it again, I still couldn't, but to check the data behind it. I used this free file inspection tool May sent me. She's into all kinds of nerdy stuff and said it might help trace where the video came from. Even if the device said unknown, there might be something buried in the metadata. I uploaded the file. Most of it was standard. Format, resolution, date, time. It had a timestamp that matched when I was sitting in the cafe. But the location, that's what got me. It didn't list the coffee shop. It listed my old address. Not as the file name, as the origin. It said the video had been created there. Which is impossible. I haven't been back to that place in more than a decade. It's halfway across the country. I don't even know who lives there now. But according to the metadata, that video was recorded in the living room of the duplex I lived in when I was 13. I took a screenshot, sent it to May. Her reply was immediate. This makes no sense. No shit. I wanted to believe it was a glitch, a GPS error, some kind of mix-up. But then I remembered something. That old apartment, the layout. The reflection in the cafe window didn't just show the me that wasn't me. It showed something behind her. A wall, a coat rack, a mirror frame. None of which were in the coffee shop, but all of which were in that old living room. I checked the video again, still didn't press play, just scrubbed to the middle frame and paused. There it was. In the background, behind the frozen version of me staring at the camera, was my old house. I don't know how I missed it before. The walls were the same pale green my dad tried to paint over but never finished. The warped mirror by the door. The stupid metal coat rack that always leaned to one side because we never anchored it properly. It was all there. Not in the cafe. In the reflection, it's like the video had two realities layered on top of each other. One, the coffee shop where I was sitting. Two, the house I haven't been inside in over 10 years. I showed the frame to May. She stared at it for a long time. Then she said, "You need to delete this." I said, "I think it's already in the phone." She said, "Then you need to throw the phone out." I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. Instead, I did something worse. I looked up the old address. Not just the location, the listing. It's still there, still standing, same sagging porch, same mailbox with the dent on the side from when someone hit it with a baseball bat. And it's for rent. I clicked through the photos. The inside's been redone. New floors, new paint, new appliances. But the bones are the same. I recognized the archway between the kitchen and the hall, the narrow bedroom with the slanted window, the closet door that never shut right. I stared at the photo of the living room, tried to line it up with the reflection in the video. It matched, almost perfectly, but there was one difference. In the photo on the listing, taken during the day with bright lighting and clean staging, there was a mirror on the wall. And in the mirror, there was no reflection of the room, just darkness, like the mirror had been painted black, or like it wasn't a mirror at all. I closed the listing, walked into my bathroom, and looked at my own mirror. At first, it looked normal, just me, tired, pale, circles under my eyes. But the longer I looked, the more I felt that wrongness coming back. Not behind me, not in the room. In the reflection, she wasn't there. Not yet. But I knew she was close. The mirror in the bathroom stayed normal for the rest of the night, at least as normal as it could be when I kept going back to check it every 15 minutes, like a complete maniac. I'd walk away, feel okay for half a second, then catch a glimpse in the dark TV screen or the microwave door and get pulled right back in. It wasn't that I saw anything new. I didn't. It was the waiting, the knowing that something was aware of me and that it didn't need to show up to make me feel it. The silence had weight now. I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with the light on, fully dressed, phone on the nightstand, like being prepared would help. At exactly 3 a.m, the phone buzzed once. No call, no notification, just a single vibration, like it had glitched. I picked it up. Screen was blank, battery fine, no missed anything. But the video file, the one I swore I wouldn't touch again, it had duplicated itself. Same name, same file size, but the second one had a new timestamp, dated for that exact day, a few hours earlier. And this one was longer. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I didn't open it. I didn't even touch it. Just watched the file sit there, like it was breathing, like it was waiting to be let in. May came by the next morning. I hadn't told her about the new file. I just said I needed help. She brought coffee, and that no-nonsense energy she always has, the kind that makes you believe you can fix anything if you just talk fast and walk with purpose. She sat at my kitchen table, looked me in the eye, and said, "We're deleting the video." I didn't argue. I just handed her the phone. She opened the Files app, selected both clips, and hit delete. Then she emptied the trash. "Gone," she said. But we both knew it wasn't that simple. She looked up at me. "We need to figure out what this thing wants." I said, "I don't think it wants anything." May frowned. "Then why show up at all?" I didn't have an answer. She stayed with me most of the day. We talked about old stuff, tried to shift focus. She even made us lunch, like we were back in school again, hiding out from everything. For a while it worked. Then she left around 7, just as it was getting dark. I told her I'd be okay. That was a lie. The apartment felt different the second the door clicked shut behind her. Not colder, not darker, just thinner. Like the air had stretched out. I turned on every light. Made tea. Did laundry just to hear the sound of the machine running. And around 10, I walked past the mirror again. It wasn't me. For half a second, just long enough to register it wasn't me looking back. Same face, yes. Same hair, same clothes. But not my eyes. The reflection blinked first. I stepped back. Hard. My elbow hit the wall and I dropped the mug I was holding. It shattered in the hallway, ceramic pieces flying under the door frame and into the dark. The mirror was normal again. Completely fine. I cleaned up the mess slowly, like moving too fast might trigger something worse. Then I sat on the floor with my back to the door and tried not to cry. It wasn't the reflection that scared me most. It was how calm she looked, like she belonged there more than I did. At midnight, I checked my phone. Both video files were back. Same names, same sizes, sitting there like they'd never left. I turned the phone off and put it in a drawer. Didn't even want to touch it. That was when I decided. I had to go back. To the house. The old address. I didn't want to. Every bone in my body screamed not to. But there was this pull like gravity, like a string had been tied around me from that place since I was 13, and only now someone was starting to reel it in. I booked a flight for the next day. Didn't tell May. Didn't tell anyone. Just packed a bag, left a note on my kitchen counter saying I'd be back soon, and locked the door behind me. The flight was quiet. I didn't talk to anyone. Slept most of the way, or pretended to. When I got to the old neighborhood, everything looked smaller. The trees were bare, and the sky was that washed-out gray that makes everything feel like it's been drained. The house hadn't changed much. Different paint maybe, new numbers on the mailbox, but the shape of it was the same. I didn't knock. There was a "For Rent" sign still posted. I walked around the back. No one was there. The back door was unlocked. I slipped inside like I still lived there. The hallway hit me first. Same floor creak near the kitchen. Same scuff marks under the arch. I walked into the living room and froze. The mirror was still there. Same size, same spot. But it had been covered. Not removed, covered. A black cloth nailed around the edges, tight to the wall like someone was trying to seal it in. I stepped closer. The fabric moved. Just slightly, like breath under a blanket. I reached up and touched it. Warm. I didn't pull it down. I didn't need to, because I already knew what was behind it. Not a reflection. Not anymore. I didn't touch the cloth again. I stood in front of that mirror for maybe a full minute, hand still hovering near the edge, heart thudding like it was warning me not to move. Whatever was behind it, someone had tried to keep it in. Or maybe, if I was being honest, to keep something out. The room didn't feel haunted. It felt still, dead still, like the house itself was holding its breath. The air was thick, stale, like it hadn't been moved in years, even though the windows were clean and the floor looked recently swept. I backed out of the room. Slow. Not panicked, not yet. I walked the rest of the house, not to snoop, just to ground myself. I hadn't been inside in more than 10 years, but the bones were the same. My old bedroom was smaller than I remembered. The paint was different now, but I could still see the spot on the ceiling where rain used to stain through. Same slanted window, same uneven floorboard that creaked when you stepped near the closet. And the closet was open. Nothing in it, just dust and air. But it smelled like soap. Like something had been living in there recently, not an animal, a person. That's when it hit me. Maybe someone had been staying in the house. Maybe someone left that mirror covered for a reason. Maybe whoever sent the video, if it wasn't just some tech glitch or digital nightmare, had been living here, waiting. I should have left right then, but I didn't, because I still didn't understand why the reflection looked like me, why the name of the file was my old address, why the timestamp said it was recorded here, when it clearly showed me sitting in a coffee shop hundreds of miles away. So I went back to the living room, sat on the floor, faced the mirror, cloth still covering it, and waited. I don't know what I was expecting. A voice, a whisper, another vibration in my pocket. But nothing came. Just that silence, thick and breathing. I whispered, "What do you want?" The cloth rippled. Not like it was wind, like something behind it had shifted, lightly pressing against the fabric. I didn't move. I just kept talking. "I know you're not me," I said. No answer, but I felt it, that electric pulse in the air, like the space was tuning itself. "You're wearing me." Still nothing. And then, from behind the cloth, a voice. Not loud, not even spoken. A whisper that wasn't sound, just words pressed into my head like steam on glass. "You looked first." I flinched. "What?" "You saw me, that's all it takes." I didn't mean to." "Doesn't matter." The cloth pulled tighter against the frame, like something was pressing forward, still unseen. "You made space. Now I fit." I shook my head. "I didn't let you in. I never invited anything." "You didn't have to. Mirrors, remember?" That broke something in me. I looked at my hands, tried to steady my breathing. "You're not me," I said again. "You're just a reflection." I was, but I watched, long enough to learn. I felt sick. "You're in the video. You were in the cafe. Why?" "To see if you'd notice." The voice wasn't angry. It wasn't cruel. It was curious, like a child turning a bug over in its palm. "You're interesting when you think no one's watching." I stood up, hands shaking. "I'm done with this." No response. I stepped back, turned to leave the room. But just before I crossed the threshold, I heard one more thing. Not in my head this time. Spoken, soft and low, like it came from inside the mirror itself. "You left the door open." I stopped cold, turned, but the mirror was still covered. No voice now, no breath, no ripple. Just the black cloth, still nailed in place. I walked out fast. Didn't run, didn't scream, but I left. Back through the kitchen, out the back door, into the cold gray air that somehow felt too warm after the quiet of that house. I drove straight to the airport. Didn't stop, didn't think. I was lucky to get a flight back that day. Paid more than I could afford, but I didn't care. I just needed to be away from that place. Back in my own apartment, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror for a long time. It looked like me. No lag, no second image, no shadow. But I could feel it. That she was still there. Watching. Not through the glass anymore. Through me. That night, I threw the phone away. Not reset. Not erased. Threw it out. Battery and all, into the bin behind the grocery store. It buzzed once in my hand before I let go. One last message I didn't read. I bought a new phone the next day. Started fresh. New number, new account, no backup. May helped me set it up. She asked what I saw in the house. I told her part of it. Not the voice, not the message. Just that something had been watching me through mirrors for a long time, and I didn't notice until it got bored waiting. She didn't press. That's why I trust her. She just said, "You should cover the mirror." I nodded, but I haven't. Because part of me thinks it doesn't matter anymore. I didn't cover the mirror. I thought about it every night for a week. I even bought one of those blackout cloths May recommended, something thick enough to block out everything behind it, but it stayed in the drawer. I'd stand in the bathroom, brushing my teeth, looking into that glass, waiting to see her again, and I didn't. At least not the way I expected. She didn't show up in the reflection, not clearly, but I still caught things, little moments, a second too long of eye contact with myself, a breath that didn't match the one I was taking. The tiniest delay before my expression changed. It was like watching someone pretend to be me and doing a really good job, but not perfect, never perfect. I stopped checking the mirror at night, not because I was scared, because I didn't want to give her the attention. That's what this always came back to, attention. The more I looked, the more I fed it. The more I tried to catch her, the deeper she got in. So I stopped looking. No mirrors after dark, no front-facing camera. I even stuck a little piece of paper over the selfie lens on my new phone. May thought I was being paranoid, but she didn't argue. She gets it now in that quiet way where people don't want to believe you, but they also don't want to see what you saw. The thing, and I know how this sounds, it worked. For a while, nothing happened. No more videos. No whispers. No second faces. I stopped waking up in the middle of the night with that feeling of being watched. Even the dreams settled down. No more mirrors in them, just static, empty streets, sometimes a shadow standing way too far down a hallway, but never close, never reaching. Then, one morning, I woke up and the cloth I'd left folded in the drawer was gone. I didn't panic. I didn't even move at first. I just sat in bed and listened. The apartment was quiet, normal quiet, birds outside, pipes shifting, Someone's dog barking 2 floors down. Still, I got up and checked. The drawer was open, not pulled out, just cracked, like someone had forgotten to shut it. And the cloth? Folded neatly, placed on the bathroom counter, right in front of the mirror. I hadn't touched it, I was sure. But there it was, waiting. I stared at it for a long time. Then I picked it up and hung it over the mirror. Not to block her. To close the loop. If she wanted to be seen, I wasn't going to give her that. If she wanted me to acknowledge her, to spiral again, to watch every reflection like it might crack and spill her out, I wouldn't. That was her game, not mine. From then on, things stayed quiet. Not fixed, not erased, but quiet. Some nights I still feel her near the wall when I'm trying to sleep, like she's pacing behind the glass, not trapped, just waiting for the glass to open again, waiting for me to slip, for me to look too long. But I don't. Not anymore. May still checks on me. She's good like that. She came over last weekend, brought food, sat on the floor like we were back in our old dorm. She asked me how things were, really. I told her the truth, that it was better. That the quiet was heavier now, but manageable. That sometimes I felt like I was being mirrored by something that hadn't figured out how to stop mimicking me. She didn't laugh. Just nodded and said, "She probably liked being you." I didn't respond to that, because I'd already been thinking it. What if this whole thing started because she wanted to try? Not hurt me, not haunt me, not even replace me. Just be me. The way people put on someone else's jacket to see if it fits. What scared me most wasn't that she looked like me. It's that she looked like me in ways I hadn't seen in a long time. She sat straighter, made eye contact, didn't flinch. She wasn't an echo of who I am. She was a reminder of who I used to be before everything got small and quiet and digital. Before I forgot what it felt like to be in my own skin without second-guessing every word out of my mouth. I wonder if that's what reflections are. Versions of ourselves we gave up without realizing it. Maybe she didn't crawl through the glass to become me. Maybe I stepped back so far from my own life that she just filled in the space. But not anymore. Now, when I walk past windows or storefronts, I look for myself. Not her. Me. And when I see something strang a flicker, a mismatch, I don't stop and stare. I don't invite it in. I just keep walking. Because I've learned something important. You can't fight a reflection. But you can refuse to be haunted by it. This isn't the kind of thing I ever thought I'd write out, but it's been stuck in my head for weeks, and I'm starting to lose sleep over it. Maybe posting it will help me get it out. So I babysit sometimes, nothing formal, just extra cash for weekends when I'm not working. I've watched kids for neighbors, co-workers, even a few random Craigslist families when I was desperate. Never anything weird. Usually just cartoons, pizza, bedtime. This one was different. A friend of a friend recommended me to this couple in Toledo. Their usual sitter was out of town. It was just a one-time thing, Saturday night, 6 to midnight. Their daughter was 7, quiet, well-behaved, liked puzzles and princess stuff. That's what they told me over the phone. When I showed up, the mom answered the door. She looked tired in the way people with young kids do, not a mess, just stretched thin. The dad was in the background finishing dinner. The little girl, Sophie, was already in her pajamas, sitting at the kitchen table and coloring. The house was clean, too clean, honestly. Everything was neat, nothing on the floors, couch pillows perfectly lined up, no dishes in the sink. I remember that because I kept thinking, this place looks staged, like they were trying to prove how normal they were. They gave me the usual rundown. She'd already eaten. Bedtime was 8. No screen time after 7. I nodded along, acting like I hadn't heard the exact same speech from every other parent in the universe. But then the mom hesitated. She leaned in a little and said, kind of quietly, "If she talks about her teeth, just play along. Don't ask too many questions." I think I blinked. Like, what? But she was already grabbing her purse. The dad handed me their number and said they'd be home around midnight, then they left. Sophie didn't say much at first. She was polite. Not shy exactly, just soft, like her volume knob was stuck on low. We watched a cartoon. She showed me a puzzle she'd already finished 3 times. Then she asked to go to bed early. That surprised me. It wasn't even 7:30. But I figured, hey, easy money, right? So I helped her brush her teeth, walked her to her room, and tucked her in. That's when she said it. I was fluffing her blanket, and she just looked at me and said, "If I lose another tooth, he's allowed back in." She said it like it was a rule, like I should already know who he was. I laughed a little. "Who's allowed back in?" She shrugged and turned her face to the wall. "I don't know his name, but he waits." I didn't push it. Maybe that makes me a bad sitter. I don't know. I just smiled and said, "Well, no more teeth tonight, okay?" She didn't laugh, just pulled the blanket up to her ears and closed her eyes. I backed out of the room and sat on the couch for a bit, flipping through channels and texting my roommate. I told her the girl was kind of creepy, and we joked about the whole tooth thing. I even said, if I don't check in after midnight, assume I've been turned into a puppet made of baby teeth. Real funny, in hindsight. Everything was quiet for a while. Too quiet. Around 10, I heard a soft thump from Sophie's room. Not a crash. Just that low kind of bump you hear when a kid rolls over too hard and kicks the wall or something. I ignored it at first. But then I heard it again. Softer this time. Like a shuffle. I called out, "You okay, Soph?" No answer. I stood up and walked to her room. Door was slightly open. The lights were off, but the hallway lamp was bright enough to see by. She was asleep, or at least pretending to be. Her breathing was slow, steady, blanket up to her chin, same as before. I was about to walk away when I heard it again, but not from the bed, from underneath it. I crouched down and whispered, "Are you playing?" No response. I bent a little lower, just to check. Didn't see anything at first. Then I noticed something tucked into the back corner, a glass jar, half buried under a blanket. I reached in and pulled it out. It was heavier than I expected. The jar was full of teeth. Not just a few. Dozens. All different shapes and sizes. Each one had a tiny tag on it like one of those sticker labels you'd use for a yard sale. Dates. Names. Written in shaky handwriting, some of the ink starting to fade. The top tooth said something like Madison, May 3rd. The one below it, Elliot, April 12th. I kept flipping the jar, my hand starting to sweat. And at the bottom, scratched into the glass, not written on a sticker, was my name. First and last. No middle. No date. Just me. That's when I heard the breathing. Not Sophie's. Something slower. Rougher. From under the bed, right behind me. I didn't look. Didn't think. I put the jar down and backed out of the room fast. Closed the door behind me and sat on the couch, heart pounding. I didn't go back in for the rest of the night. Didn't turn off the hallway light. Didn't blink unless I had to. When the parents came home, I didn't tell them anything. I just grabbed my bag and left. And now I keep waking up in the middle of the night with this weird pressure behind my gums, like something's getting ready to come loose. I didn't sleep when I got home that night. I turned on every light in my apartment. I don't know why. It wasn't like the thing under the bed was going to follow me through a lampshade, but it helped, sort of. I kept telling myself I imagined it, that the teeth weren't real, that maybe I misread the name on the glass, or maybe it was someone else with my name, a weird coincidence. But it didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt personal, like whoever put my name on that jar knew I'd see it, knew I'd check under the bed, like they were waiting for me to find it. And the breathing? That wasn't my imagination. I know what I heard. I had this tight feeling in my stomach all night, like I was forgetting something important, like a deadline had been moved up without warning. The next morning I told my roommate about it. I didn't mean to. I was just making coffee, still wide awake from the night before, and I said, "What would you do if a kid you were babysitting had a jar of baby teeth under the bed?" She gave me this look, part amused, part grossed out, and said, "Why would a kid have that?" I told her, not everything, just the basics. The weird bedtime comment, the jar, my name scratched on the glass. She laughed at first, thought I was making it up, but when she saw I wasn't joking, she stopped smiling. "Maybe it's just something the parents do," she said, "like a creepy family tradition." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But no parent collects dozens of labeled baby teeth and hides them under their kid's bed. And they definitely don't include a name that doesn't belong to their child. My roommate must have seen something shift in my face, because she changed the subject after that, kept it light, offered to grab lunch. I said no. I couldn't eat. My jaw hurt, not badly, just this low ache behind my back teeth, like pressure building. I went to the bathroom, opened my mouth, checked every tooth. They were fine. No blood. No movement. Just that steady, growing throb. I swore I wasn't going to go back to that house. But later that afternoon, I got a text from the mom. Sophie asked if you could come again this weekend. She liked you. She doesn't usually like sitters. My stomach dropped. I didn't reply. Another message came through. I'll pay double, just a few hours this time. I stared at the screen for a long time. And then I said yes. I don't know why. I told myself it was for closure, that I needed to prove to myself it was just a creepy moment and nothing more. But I think some part of me wanted to look again, wanted to see if the jar was still there, if the date had changed. It's like when someone tells you not to look in a mirror after midnight. You know you shouldn't, but some awful part of you wants to test it anyway. The second visit was weirder from the start. The parents were polite, but not warm this time. The dad barely looked at me. The mom kept checking the time. When I asked how Sophie was doing, the mom just said, "She's been quiet lately." Like that explained anything. They left 10 minutes later. Sophie was already in her room when I got there. She didn't come out to say hi. I figured I'd give her space, let her call for me if she needed anything. But around 7, I heard her voice. She was singing. Soft, quiet. Too quiet. I walked down the hallway and stopped just outside her door. The song didn't sound like anything I recognized. It didn't have a melody, more like a list being spoken in a sing-song way. And then I heard the words. Madison, May 3rd, Elliot, April 12th, Harper, August 2nd, me, October 10th. She kept going. Name, date, name, date. I couldn't move. Then she said my name. Clear, slow, deliberate, and after it, tomorrow. My throat went dry. I pushed the door open. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, a little notebook in her lap, humming. The jar was gone. I asked her, "What's that song?" She looked up, blinked, and said, "It helps me remember." Remember what? Who the teeth belong to. I wanted to take the notebook from her. I really did. But I couldn't move my feet. Sophie closed the notebook gently and stood up. "He's hungry," she said, "and he's not very patient." I asked her who he was. She tilted her head like she didn't understand the question. Then she whispered, "He used to live in the walls, but now he lives under the bed." I didn't know what to say. My hands were shaking. She walked to the bed and crawled under the covers, like it was a normal bedtime, like nothing strange had happened at all. "I'll see you in the morning," she said. I stayed in her doorway for almost an hour after she fell asleep. And when I finally left her room, I locked the door behind me. I didn't care if it made me a bad babysitter. I just needed the night to end. But the ache in my jaw, it's worse now. And when I checked in the mirror, one of my molars is starting to wiggle. I didn't go to work the next day. Called in sick, which wasn't a lie. I hadn't slept. I'd checked that loose molar in the mirror probably 20 times, tapped it with my tongue, pressed on it with my fingertip. It wobbled more than the day before. It didn't hurt exactly, but I felt it every time I blinked. That sounds dramatic, but it's the only way I can explain it. like my body was reminding me of it constantly, even when I wasn't thinking about it. I sat in my apartment all day, trying not to open a search tab. I didn't want to type molar loose for no reason, or jar of teeth with your name on it, or what lives under beds and eats kids, because I already knew whatever answer I got wouldn't help. I needed to sit with it for a while. I needed to let it feel real. Around noon, I got a text from the mom. "Thank you for last night. Sophie slept through the whole night. That hasn't happened in weeks." I stared at the message for a long time. I didn't reply. Not because I didn't know what to say. I just couldn't make myself type anything. I think I was afraid she'd respond instantly, like she was watching me type it in real time. That night, I didn't brush my teeth. I know that sounds gross. I just couldn't stand the thought of poking at them, of loosening that one any more than it already was. I slept with a scarf wrapped around the lower half of my face like that would stop anything from reaching my mouth. The dream I had was the worst one yet. I was back in that house, in Sophie's room, except it wasn't nighttime. It was the kind of dead gray light that happens before a storm. Everything was quiet, too quiet. And there was this sound under the bed, not breathing, not movement. Clicking, like small teeth knocking together in a glass jar. I looked under, and there were dozens of jars, hundreds, lined up like a pantry, all of them full, all of them labeled. Some had names scratched into the glass like mine, others had no names at all, just dates, and one of the jars was open. Empty. Waiting. When I woke up, I had blood in my mouth. I ran to the bathroom. The molar was still there, barely, hanging on by a thread. And on my tongue, a name. It was like I'd been trying to say it in the dream. I didn't recognize it, but it tasted like dust and iron and something older than I wanted to think about. I spit it out, washed my mouth with cold water until my lips went numb. That evening, I finally texted the mom back. I asked her directly, "What's with the tooth thing?" She didn't reply right away. About an hour later, I got a message back. "Just this. It's something her grandmother started. Just a story. Don't worry about it." I called her. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same. I know what that means. People say don't worry about it when they know you absolutely should. I went out for a walk to clear my head. Ended up near a park without realizing how far I'd gone. There were kids playing on the swings, two parents chatting by a bench. I sat on the curb across the street and watched them for a bit, trying to remember what normal felt like. That's when I saw the man. He wasn't with anyone, just standing near the edge of the trees, not watching the kids, watching me. He looked homeless, layers of mismatched clothing, face hidden by a hat too big for his head. His posture was off, bent in a way that made him seem like he was always leaning forward, even when he stood still. He didn't move, not once. Just stood there, watching. I didn't stay. When I got home, I took a flashlight and checked under my own bed. There was nothing there. No jars, no blankets, no figures crawling along the wall. But there was something new. A single baby tooth. Clean. Shiny. Right in the middle of the floor. I picked it up without thinking. It was cold, and on the side of it, so small I almost missed it, was a name etched into the surface. Not mine. Sophie's. I dropped it. I didn't sleep that night. I just laid on my back, mouth closed, teeth clenched, eyes locked on the ceiling. At exactly 3:15 in the morning, I heard a voice whisper from under the bed. Not a full word. Just a name. My name. But not like someone calling me. Like someone tasting it. I didn't move when it said my name. I just stared at the ceiling and pretended I hadn't heard it, that maybe it was a dream or some half-sleep audio hallucination, like when the heater kicks on and your brain turns it into words. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. It didn't say anything else, just that one word, said soft, like breath pressed through a crack in the floorboards. My name. I stayed in bed until the sun came up, and when I finally sat up and looked under nothing, no tooth, no jar, no voice, just dust and the stray sock I thought I'd lost 2 weeks ago. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because it didn't matter that nothing was there. I still knew it had been. I called my dentist later that day, told them my back molar was loose and I needed to be seen. They fit me in around 4. I didn't tell them about the rest of it. What was I going to say? That I thought a little girl's imaginary monster was trying to rip my teeth out. The hygienist tapped around in my mouth, poked with her little metal hook, and then went quiet. The dentist came in next, did the same thing, quiet again. Then he asked, "Did you take a hit to the jaw recently?" I shook my head. "Have you been grinding your teeth at night?" "No," I said, "not that I know of." He sat back and looked at the screen. "Your molar's detaching from the root. It's not infected, but it's definitely not secure. We can pull it, or we can wait and see if it resets. But honestly," he shrugged, "it's gonna come out either way." I scheduled the extraction. Tomorrow at 3. Which wouldn't be weird, except the jar under Sophie's bed had tomorrow's date on it. I walked home slower than usual, took the long way, looping through neighborhoods I didn't know, watching the sky get darker in this way that didn't feel natural. Not sunset, dark shadow dark. Like something leaning over everything. At one point I passed a parked car with a dusty window. I caught my reflection and nearly jumped. Not because I looked weird, but because someone else was standing behind me. When I turned around, no one was there. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I didn't want to, because I couldn't. Every time I started to drift off, I felt a pull, not physical, mental, like something was waiting for me in the dark, not to scare me, just to be closer. I finally gave up around 2 a.m. and went to the kitchen. Made toast. Ate half of it. Left the plate in the sink. When I came back to my room, the sock that had been under the bed earlier was on my pillow. Folded. Like someone wanted to let me know they'd been there again, but didn't want to scare me. Like a gift. That was worse than anything else. The idea that whatever this was wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trying to belong. I went back to Sophie's house the next day. I didn't plan to. I just found myself walking in that direction. It was around noon. The front yard was empty. No cars in the driveway. I knocked. No answer. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I stepped inside and called out. No response. The living room looked the same, still too clean, still that sense that everything had been placed instead of lived in. I walked down the hall to Sophie's room. The door was open. She wasn't there. The bed was made. No sign of her notebook, no toys out, no clothes on the floor. And underneath, the jar was back, exactly where it had been the first time. I pulled it out with shaking hands. Same teeth, same tags, and at the bottom, my name. Next to it, the new date. Today. I picked it up and saw something I hadn't noticed before. Scratched along the bottom edge of the glass, hidden unless you turned it just right. Promised, paid, returned. I didn't know what that meant. Not until I saw the door across the hall. Sophie's closet. It was open. Not wide, just enough to see that something was inside. Not movement, not a shape. Just a flicker, like breath behind plastic. I didn't go near it. I put the jar back and left the room. The front door clicked shut behind me without me touching it. I didn't go to the dentist. I canceled the appointment because I knew what would happen if I let them pull the tooth. It would go missing, and the jar would be complete, and whatever was in the closet would be allowed back in. I don't want to be part of that deal, even if I'm already in it. I didn't tell anyone I went back to the house. I didn't tell my roommate, or my mom when she called, or May when she texted to ask if I was still alive. I started typing out a reply to her, then deleted it. Because what do you even say? Hey, remember that babysitting job I took? I think something under the bed is trading in children's teeth like currency. No way to make that sound sane. That night, I slept on the couch. Lights on. TV playing low. I didn't go into my room, didn't want to see the bed, didn't want to see what might have crawled out from underneath it while I was gone. Somewhere around 3 a.m, I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth. I sat up, heart already going, tongue pressing against that back molar. Still there, but looser. I went to the bathroom and spit into the sink. There was a streak of red in the foam. I didn't look too long. I just rinsed, turned off the light, and sat back down on the couch like that would stop anything from getting closer. Around 4, I heard footsteps. Not inside. Outside my apartment. Soft, slow. Coming down the hallway. They stopped outside my door. No knock. Just silence. And then something slid under the door. A folded scrap of paper. I stared at it for a while before picking it up. There was one word on it. Tomorrow. I didn't open the door. Didn't move. Just sat there with the paper in my lap like it was radioactive. The next morning, I found another baby tooth. This time in the fridge, on top of my eggs. Same handwriting scratched into it. Sophie. I called the number the mom had given me. This time, it rang. She picked up on the third try. Sounded tired, shaky. I didn't give her a chance to talk first. I said, "What did you give it?" She didn't say anything. I asked again, "What did you give it to make it stop?" She finally answered, "I didn't give it anything." There was a pause. Her grandmother did, a long time ago, before I was born. I asked, "What is it?" Another pause, longer this time. Then, "It's old." That was all she gave me. Then she said, "Sophie's safe, that's all that matters," and hung up. I stared at the phone like I expected it to ring again. It didn't. I didn't go outside that day. Didn't check the mail. Didn't eat. I kept trying to feel the tooth with my tongue and kept stopping myself, like poking it would invite something to finally pull it loose. Around 6 p.m., the power went out. Not the whole building. Just my apartment. I could see lights on through the window, could hear someone's TV upstairs. But mine, dead. I sat in the dark with my back to the wall, flashlight in hand, waiting for the sun to fully disappear. When it did, the apartment got heavy. Air thicker, warmer, almost humid, like something breathing slow in the corner of the room. I turned on the flashlight, shined it under the couch. Nothing. Under the table. Nothing. Then the light flickered. Not out, just dimmed, like the batteries were draining too fast. And I felt it again. The voice. Not loud, not in my ears. In my chest. Like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. It said, "Almost." That was it. Just that one word. I didn't sleep. I waited. At midnight, the lights came back on. TV turned on by itself, volume low, playing something static and slow, like an old cartoon warped on tape. I turned it off. Then I opened my mouth in the mirror. The molar was gone. No blood. No gap. Just smooth gum, already healed over. Like it had never been there. I opened my hands. I was holding the tooth. Not sure when I picked it up. Not sure where it came from. I set it down on the counter, walked back to the couch, and sat. And waited for the knock. It came at exactly 3:15. Soft. Just one. I didn't move. Didn't speak. But the door opened anyway. Slow. Careful. And something stepped inside. It stepped inside like it had done it before. Not fast, not loud, just one foot, then the other, like it already knew the layout of the room. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just watched. I can't tell you what it looked like, not exactly. I didn't see a face. I didn't see clothes. It wasn't a shape, more like a fold in the dark, a gap between the light and the floor. Something that didn't make sense, but didn't need to. The only thing I could really see, the only thing I remember clearly was the hand. It held out a jar. Glass, familiar, heavy, My name scratched into the bottom. The tooth inside. Just one. Mine. I didn't take it. It didn't offer it. It just stood there holding it, like a reminder, like a receipt. And then it set the jar down on the table, turned toward the hallway, and walked into my bedroom. No sound, no weight, but I felt it. The whole apartment shifted slightly, like it was no longer mine. I stayed on the couch until the sun came up. When I finally went to my room, it was empty. No footprints, no signs of anything disturbed. But I knew it had been there. I could feel it in the floorboards, in the sheets, in the way the bed didn't creak when I sat on it, like it had already adjusted to something else sleeping there. I checked under the bed. Nothing. No jars. No teeth. No breathing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because I knew this wasn't about what was there. It was about what had been taken. The jar stayed on my table for 2 more days. I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away. I just let it sit there, watching. On the 3rd morning, it was gone. No sound. No door opening. Just gone. Like it had finished something. And me? I started eating again. Started sleeping. I even went back to work. Life didn't go back to normal, exactly, but it picked itself up. I checked my mouth in the mirror once a day for a week. No changes, no new aches, no missing pieces. My teeth felt like mine again. I still wake up at 3:15 sometimes. Not from noise. Just alert. Like my body remembers. But there's never anyone there. I haven't heard from the family. No texts. No calls. No more offers. Sophie's number is disconnected. The last time I walked past that house, the windows were empty. No lights, no car. Just a for sale sign leaning sideways in the yard. I didn't stop. Didn't even slow down. Because I finally understood what happened. That thing, it wasn't just haunting her. It wasn't following me. It was being fed. Not blood. Not bodies. Just a tooth. Just one small piece of someone, freely given or quietly taken. A token. And once it had it, once your name was marked and the jar was full, it didn't need anything else. It didn't want more. It just wanted to keep what it collected. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't violent. It was patient. Old. Hungry in a way that didn't mean pain, just presence. It wanted a place at the table. A space in the wall. A whisper in the dark. And now it has that. I still have dreams. Sometimes I'm back in Sophie's room. Sometimes it's my room, just older, dustier. And under the bed, there's always something breathing. Not scary, not threatening. Just breathing, like it's waiting. And in the dream, I always reach under the bed, and I always find the jar, and inside it, the tooth is gone. But the space is still there, ready for another. This probably isn't the right place to post this, and maybe it'll just get buried, but I need to get it out. I've had this half written in my notes for like a week. I keep rewriting the intro because I don't know how to explain it without sounding completely off. But I swear, this is real, and it's getting worse. I live alone in a small apartment in New Jersey. Not a great area, not awful either. I work from home and I'm a night owl, so my routine's pretty backwards. Most nights I don't eat dinner until after midnight. It started as a bad habit, now it's just normal. I don't cook much. I usually just order something: wings, burgers, late night Chinese, that kind of thing. There's this local spot I used to order from a lot. They're open late, always fast, decent prices. Same delivery guy every time. Middle-aged dude, clean shirt, quiet, polite. Never said more than a few words, but I appreciated that. He'd just hand over the bag, nod, and walk back to his car. No weird vibes. At least, not at first. It started changing maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. One night, I was working late and realized I hadn't eaten. I checked the time, it was around 1:15, and opened the app to place an order. Before I could finish picking my food, I got a text from an unknown number. It just said, "Outside." I thought it was spam until someone knocked. I opened the door and it was him, the same delivery guy, holding a takeout bag. I said, "I didn't order anything yet." He didn't respond, just held the bag out like it was already mine. I took it, confused, and tried to tell him I hadn't paid, but he was already walking back down the steps. Inside, I opened the bag. It was a container of soup, 2 egg rolls and rice. Not what I was planning to order. Not what I'd ever ordered before. I figured it was a mistake. Maybe he mixed me up with someone else. I felt weird about eating it, but it was late and I was starving, so I did. Next night, same thing. I didn't order anything. But at 1:19 a.m. exactly, another knock. Same guy. Same meal. I told him again that I hadn't ordered anything. He didn't even acknowledge it, just gave me the bag and left. That time, I didn't eat it. I left it on the counter, unopened. It felt wrong. I checked the number that texted me, still unknown. No replies when I messaged it back. The third night, I didn't even get a knock. I just found the food sitting on my welcome mat when I opened the door for some air. Same bag, same meal. No receipt, no note. I started checking the hallway cam on my phone. The building has security footage for every floor, including outside my unit. When I pulled up the recording, my skin went cold. It showed him, the delivery guy, walking straight in. He didn't knock, didn't hesitate, just opened the door and walked inside like he lived here. Thing is, my door was locked. Always is. I played it again, watched him push it open without using a key. He didn't break it. It didn't look forced. Just opened. He stepped into the kitchen, sat down at the table. Didn't move for 20 minutes. He didn't eat. He didn't look around. He just sat there, staring straight ahead. Then he stood up and left, closing the door behind him like it was nothing. I don't remember hearing any of it. I know I was home, Awake. I should have heard something. But I didn't. That's when I stopped opening the door. Next night, I stayed up and watched the footage live on my phone. Right at 1:19, he came back. Didn't knock. Didn't even look toward the camera. Just stood in the hall for a second, then turned and walked back toward the stairs. I thought maybe it was done. But then I got another text. Hungry yet? I didn't reply. Didn't sleep either. I blocked the number the next morning. Installed a new lock too, one of those keypad ones. I didn't want a key out there that I didn't know about. Next few nights were quiet. No texts, no food, no sign of him. I thought it was over. Until last night. I woke up around 2:00 a.m. from a weird dream, the kind that makes your skin feel cold even though the room is warm. I reached for my phone and saw a motion alert from the hallway cam. I pulled it up, half asleep. And there he was. Not alone. He was back at my door, holding the same bag, but this time someone else was with him. Standing just behind him, out of the light. I couldn't make out their face. They didn't move, just stood there in the shadow behind the stairwell. The delivery guy turned and handed them the bag. They took it, walked toward the camera toward my door, and then stopped just outside the frame. Like they knew exactly where the edge was. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second. When it came back, they were gone. But the door was open again. And the table? It had 2 chairs pulled out. I didn't go back to sleep after that, just sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my phone, replaying the footage over and over. He never looks at the camera. That's the part that gets me. The delivery guy, if that's even what he is anymore, walks in like he knows exactly where everything is. No hesitation, no searching. Like my apartment is a place he's been going to for years. Like it's his. But the other person, the one behind him, that's who I can't stop thinking about. You can only see them for a few seconds, just a shape in the corner of the frame. I can't even tell if it's a man or a woman. They're tall, or maybe just standing straight. Their arms hang weird. Too long, maybe, or too still. It's like they're wearing stillness the way normal people wear clothes. And when the camera glitches, it's not the kind of glitch where you miss time. It's more like the image gets pulled, stretched sideways, like something too heavy just leaned against the lens. When the feed comes back, they're both gone. But my door's cracked open, and in the kitchen, 2 chairs are pulled out from the table. I know I didn't leave them like that. I always push them in, always. That morning I checked the locks again. Nothing broken, nothing forced. Keypad still working, no signs of entry. But they'd been inside. I could feel it. The air felt used. I didn't eat that day. Didn't want to risk touching anything in the kitchen. Didn't want to see if there were plates in the sink. I just stayed on the couch with the lights on, trying to feel like this was still my home. That night, I turned the hallway cam toward the door so I could watch it live again. I didn't want to be surprised. At exactly 1:19 a.m., the screen blinked. No warning, no motion alert, just a flash of static and then black. The feed cut out completely. When it came back a few minutes later, the door was wide open. I didn't go look. Not right away. I sat there, phone in hand, heart pounding. Then the microwave beeped. One long tone, the end of cycle kind of beep, like it had just finished reheating something. Except I hadn't put anything in. I hadn't touched it. I got up and walked to the kitchen. Slow. Every light in the apartment was on. I made sure of it. The microwave was dark, door closed, nothing inside. But the digital clock was reset, zeroed out, like the power had been cut for a few seconds. And the chairs, both were pushed in now. Neat, precise, like someone didn't want me to know they'd ever been pulled out. I backed out of the kitchen and locked myself in the bathroom. Stayed there till sunrise. Didn't sleep. Didn't move. Just listened. There were no sounds, but the silence felt loud. It's been like that for 3 nights now. No knock. No bag on the mat. Just the camera glitching at 1:19, and the sense that someone's already inside. I started looking for other people who might have experienced something similar. I searched forums, local crime boards, paranormal threads. Nothing matched exactly, but there were hints, stories of people getting deliveries they never ordered. A few posts about someone showing up at the same time every night, bringing nothing, saying nothing. Most of them got downvoted to hell. A few were deleted entirely. But one stuck with me. A user on a thread from 6 months ago, different city, said their brother started getting meals left at his door every night, always the same food. He stopped eating it, but it kept coming. And then one night, the food stopped. And so did he. They found his apartment unlocked, lights on, food still warm. No sign of him. No sign of anyone else. I tried messaging the user. No reply. When I clicked on their profile, it said the account had been removed. I keep thinking about that. And I keep thinking about the face of the delivery guy, what little I can see of it on the footage. I don't remember ever seeing him blink. I don't remember ever hearing him breathe. And now I'm wondering if I ever saw him leave. Because all the footage I've rewatched, and I've watched, every second of it shows him arriving, walking in, sitting, but never leaving. It just cuts. And when it comes back, he's gone. Like he disappears between frames. I left my apartment today for the first time in a while. Just needed to get out. Went to a diner 2 blocks over. Sat at the counter. Ordered eggs and toast. I was halfway through when I realized I was the only one eating. Every other plate was untouched. Every cup full. People sat at their tables like mannequins. Not frozen, not stiff. Just silent. No talking. No clinking of silverware. Just the low hum of the overhead lights and the sound of my own chewing. I left cash on the table and walked out without finishing. I haven't been able to shake the feeling that I was being studied. That the others weren't eating because they were watching me do it. Like I was part of something I didn't understand. And tonight, At 1:19, the camera didn't glitch. It stayed on. The feed was clear, but this time there was no delivery guy, no food. Just the second figure, the one from the shadows, standing perfectly still at the bottom of the stairs. Not moving, not knocking, just waiting. I didn't sleep again. After I saw that second figure standing at the bottom of the stairs, I kept the cam feed open on my phone, just watching. They didn't move the entire time, just stood there. Same spot, same posture. I watched until 4 in the morning, until my eyes started to blur and the feed started feeling like a bad loop. Then I dozed off on the couch for maybe an hour. When I woke up, the feed showed an empty hallway. I checked the footage. From 1:19 to about 3:52, the figure doesn't move. Then the camera flickers, and the hallway's just empty. No footsteps, no door opening, just gone. It's like watching someone get erased. I should have left that morning, packed a bag, gotten a hotel, or gone to stay with someone I trust. But I didn't. I stayed. I told myself I needed more proof. I think deep down I wanted to see what would happen next, not out of bravery. Just that sick kind of curiosity that keeps you watching horror movies through your fingers. That night I didn't wait on the couch. I moved a chair into the hallway and sat there in front of the door, phone in hand, camera feed open, watching both in real time and live. The clock hit 1:19. Nothing happened for a second. Then my phone buzzed. No number. Just one word in the message. Hungry? I didn't reply. I stayed completely still. Then the hallway lights flickered, only for a second, just long enough to feel wrong. When they steadied, there was a bag on my welcome mat. I hadn't heard a knock. I hadn't heard footsteps. Just 1 second, nothing. Next second, food. I stared at it through the peephole. Same bag. Same size. I didn't open the door. Just sat there, watching it. Eventually, I got up and turned the security feed back a minute or two. There was no delivery guy. No shadowy figure. No motion at all. Just a blank hall. And then the footage stuttered only for a frame, and the bag was there. Like it was always there. I opened the door, not all the way, just enough to reach out, grab the bag, and pull it inside. I put it on the table, but didn't touch it. I didn't want to open it. Didn't want to look inside and confirm it was the same meal. I already knew it was. Same weight, same smell, same slow, creeping nausea just from being near it. I went to bed around 5, door double locked. That morning, when I walked into the kitchen, the bag was gone. No sign of it. No dishes in the sink. No wrappers in the trash. Just gone. Like I'd imagined it. Except the camera feed showed me taking it inside. I checked the feed after that. Again and again. It always ended at the moment I took the bag in. Then the next frame would be a still hallway, nothing out of place. No gaps. No evidence of anything ever being inside. Later that day, I started noticing something else. People stopped responding to me. I called May, a friend I've had since college, straight to voicemail. Texted her, nothing. Tried 2 more people I hadn't spoken to in a while. Same. No one answering. I walked to the corner store just to interact with someone. The guy behind the counter didn't say a word, rang up my stuff in silence, no eye contact. Even when I said thank you, nothing. When I left the store, I glanced back through the glass door. He was staring at me now, not blinking, not moving, just staring. I haven't gone back since. That night, I stayed in the kitchen. I kept every light on, sat at the table with a notepad and pen, like writing something down would help me hold on to reality. At exactly 1:19, the lights flickered again. Just once. No knock. No footsteps. Then I heard the chair across from me slide out. I didn't look up, didn't breathe, didn't move, but I knew I wasn't alone. I stared at the table, and in the reflection of my cold glass of water, I saw a figure sitting across from me. Not the delivery guy, not the one from the hallway. A third person, sitting in complete silence, head tilted slightly to the side, hands folded on the table like they'd been waiting patiently for something only I could give them. And the worst part? They looked like me. Not exactly. Not a perfect copy. More like someone had tried to recreate me from memory and gotten most of it right but missed the details. The way my eyebrows sit, the angle of my jaw, the space between my fingers. Off, just enough to make your stomach turn. I didn't speak. I stood up slowly and backed out of the room. Didn't take my eyes off the reflection until I was out of view. I locked myself in the bathroom and waited for dawn again. When I came out, the kitchen was empty. Both chairs pushed in. The glass of water gone. That was 3 nights ago. I haven't sat at the table since. Haven't cooked. Haven't ordered anything. I don't know what happens if I do. But I'm starting to feel like I'm the one being served now. The first thing I did when I woke up that morning was check the fridge. Not because I was hungry, I haven't really been hungry in days, but because I needed to know if something had been moved, touched, rearranged. Everything looked the same. Milk, leftover pasta, a bottle of hot sauce, a half-used stick of butter, nothing added, nothing missing. Except the middle shelf. It was empty. I didn't remember clearing it out. I didn't throw anything away. I just noticed. And in the spot where I usually keep leftovers, there was a single white napkin. Folded. Clean. Perfectly centered. I didn't touch it. Just closed the fridge door and sat on the floor for a long time. I tried telling myself it was nothing. I even considered filming a video and sending it to May, like maybe if I could show her, someone else would believe this was real. But I already knew she wasn't going to answer. No one would. The calls don't go through anymore. The numbers ring, but they never connect. Like the space between me and everyone else has stretched too far to be bridged by a signal. I left the apartment around noon just to walk. Didn't go anywhere specific, just kept moving, block after block, Everything felt muted. The sky looked flat. The streets were quieter than they should have been. People were out walking dogs, pushing strollers, talking on phones, but it all felt like background noise. Like I was walking through a memory of a neighborhood, not the real thing. When I passed a small cafe, I caught my reflection in the window, and there was someone sitting behind me. I stopped, turned. There was no one there. But in the glass, still sitting, same chair, same angle, not moving, not watching, just existing in the same space, slightly out of sync. I crossed the street and didn't look back. That night, I didn't sit in the kitchen, didn't wait. I unplugged the hallway camera. Didn't want to see what would happen at 1:19. Didn't want the motion alert, but I still heard it. A soft sound. Not the knock. Not the microwave. Something else. A scraping. Like someone dragging a chair across tile. I stayed in bed. Stayed very still. And when I finally fell asleep, I dreamed of the table again. But this time, I was already sitting at it. Hands folded, body still, and someone else, a blur, a shape, not quite human, was eating across from me. Not the food I used to get, not takeout, but something that looked like memory. Hard to describe. Like it was chewing pieces of my face, my laugh, my voice. I woke up with a nosebleed and the taste of salt in my mouth. There were 2 coffee mugs in the sink. One was mine. The other, I didn't own it. Plain white ceramic, no logo, clean, but not familiar. I threw it away, even though part of me thought maybe I'd be punished for that. The next night, I boarded up the door. I know how that sounds. I used leftover plywood from the basement, hammered it into the frame from the inside, added screws and a bar across the middle. I didn't trust the keypad lock anymore, didn't trust anything. I also pushed my couch against it. Heavy, pointless, desperate. But it made me feel like I had some control again. That night, I stayed up with headphones in, music low, but enough to drown out every little sound. Nothing came. No knock. No bag. No scraping. Just stillness. It felt like I'd won. Until the morning. I went to the kitchen to make coffee. The chairs were pulled out. Both of them. Same angle. Same exact distance from the table. I hadn't touched them. And next to the coffee machine, there were 2 mugs. Again, both warm. Both full. I threw them both away. Spent the rest of the day trying to find somewhere else to go. A hotel, a room, even a friend of a friend, anyone. But nothing worked. Every address I searched brought me back to my own street. Every listing led to an error. Every attempt to type my name into a booking form, it would freeze, then crash, or erase itself. It's like my name isn't allowed anywhere else now. Like I've been assigned a seat. And if I get up, someone else will take it. Tonight, I unplugged everything. The lights, the fridge, the cameras, the stove. I'm sitting in the hallway now, typing this on a backup battery. There's a sound from the kitchen. A spoon tapping gently against a plate. Not fast. Not loud. Just enough. Just enough to let me know he's eating. Finally. I haven't left the apartment in 3 days. I think it knows when I try. The lights flicker when I get near the door. The hallway goes quiet, too quiet, like it's listening. I keep thinking about that sound, the spoon against the plate. Not hurried, not random. It was careful, measured, like it had been waiting a long time for that meal. I never saw what it was eating. I didn't go look. The kitchen is different now. It feels like a stage I'm not allowed to walk onto anymore. The air is heavier in there, not just colder, denser, like something is occupying space I can't see. On the second night, I got brave. I stood in the doorway and looked in. Just looked. Nothing seemed out of place. Chairs were pushed in. The counter was clean. No food left out, no wrappers, no dishes. Except one glass was upside down in the drying rack. That's not how I leave them. I don't know why that unsettled me so much, but it did. Something about the quiet decision of it, the neatness, like someone else was trying to blend in but didn't fully understand the rules. I turned away and didn't go back in. I've been sleeping in short bursts on the floor of my hallway, wrapped in a blanket facing the kitchen, watching the light under the door. Sometimes it dims, like someone's passing through. Sometimes it gets brighter for no reason. Last night it turned red. Only for a second. Like the filament in the bulb overheated, or something inside it was changing shape. I still haven't spoken, not out loud. I've been writing instead. This log, scribbles on notepads, the occasional word on the wall when I wake up and forget where I am. It's the only way I know I'm still me. I used to hear the building around me, neighbors upstairs moving furniture, a dog 2 doors down barking at nothing, someone's shower running too long. Now there's nothing. No movement. No voices. It's like I'm the only one left. Or the only one still pretending to be human. I tried to call the leasing office, just to hear a voice, maybe report something, anything. The number rang twice, then cut off. I called again. And this time I heard breathing on the other end. Not fast. Not shallow. Just steady, like someone was listening. I said hello. The breathing stopped. Then a familiar voice said, "You should eat." It was mine. Not distorted. Not robotic. Just my own voice, coming from somewhere else. I hung up. Took the phone apart that night. Battery, SIM card, all of it. Put it in the trash outside my building. This morning, it was back on my counter, fully charged. Clean. New voicemail notification. I didn't check it. I smashed the phone with a hammer. Left the pieces in the sink. They're still there now, but I don't trust that they'll stay broken. I tried opening the front door again. It wouldn't budge. The bar I nailed in, gone. The boards, gone. No damage, no splinters, like they'd never been there. But the door won't open. Not even a crack. It's like the air on the other side has turned solid. Or maybe the idea of outside just doesn't exist anymore. Around 1 in the morning, I heard the chair slide out again. Then another. 2 of them. Soft scrape, soft tap. Like a ritual beginning. Then came the sound of utensils. Fork, knife, napkin unfolding. No voices. No chewing. Just the rhythm of a meal being prepared. And then, stillness. I think they were waiting for me to come in. I didn't. I wrote instead. I want to say I'm scared, but it's past that now. It's something else. Like being underwater too long. Everything muffled. Everything slow. But in the quiet, there's one thing I keep thinking about. The first time it showed up the delivery, it knew what to bring. I never ordered that food. But it brought something I used to eat as a kid. Soup, egg rolls, rice. My dad used to get it when I was sick. I haven't had it in years. There's no reason anyone should know that. And I keep wondering if that's how it started. If it didn't come to feed on me, but to feed me, to offer something that would make me accept it. Let it in. And when I didn't, when I resisted, it started feeding anyway. On what I didn't use. The silence. The leftovers. The parts of myself I've been slowly peeling away. Sleep, trust, appetite, speech. I think it's been eating the space around me. Making room for itself. And now it's almost done. Tonight, I heard something new. A voice. But not from the kitchen. From the bathroom mirror. It said, "We saved you a seat." After the voice came through the mirror, I didn't move for a long time. I just sat in the hallway, back to the wall, watching the crack of light under the bathroom door. It hadn't spoken again. Just the one line, calm, inviting. "We saved you a seat." It was said like a friend would say it. A friend you hadn't seen in years, but who somehow knew when you'd be back. I didn't go in. I didn't answer. But I knew something had changed. Whatever this was, it didn't need to knock anymore. It had found a way inside, and now it was just waiting for me to realize the rest. That I was already at the table. That I'd been there for a while. The next morning, things were cleaner than I remembered leaving them. The sink was empty, the floor swept. My trash bin, which had been overflowing with paper and old wrappers, was gone. Not emptied, just gone. Like there was nothing left to throw away. Even the fridge was spotless. Empty. No milk, no butter, no napkin. Just cold light and silence. And in the center of the middle shelf, where the napkin had been before, there was a plate. White, ceramic, plain. But it was warm to the touch. Like something had been sitting there just moments before. I didn't speak. I didn't write. I just stood there, hand still on the fridge door, breathing like I didn't want the air to know I was using it. That night, I decided to stop resisting. I turned the kitchen light off, pushed both chairs out, sat at the table in the one facing the hallway, and waited. I don't know how long I sat there, an hour, maybe more. The apartment stayed silent. The air thickened. It wasn't fear anymore, just pressure, like the weight of all the quiet had built up so much it couldn't escape. Then I saw the second glass. It wasn't there before. Right across from me. Same size, same shape. Half full. Condensation rolling slowly down the side. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. I understood. This was never about the food. It was about the act of eating, of being still, of participating in the silence with something else, of giving space to something that no longer had a voice of its own. And somewhere along the way, I'd stopped being a guest. I got up, walked to the bathroom. The mirror was uncovered now. I don't remember taking the cloth off, but it was gone. On the other side, my reflection wasn't quite right. Same face, same clothes. But the way it looked at me was different. Less like it was copying. More like it had finished studying. It smiled. Small, soft, not threatening. And I smiled back. Because I got it. I finally understood. This thing, whatever it is, doesn't want to hurt people. It just wants to join them. It wants routine. Company. Stillness. It finds the ones already living in silence, the ones who eat alone and talk less and fade quietly into empty rooms. And it fills the space they leave behind. Not all at once, but slowly, meal by meal, name by name, until they don't notice the difference anymore, until it's not eating with you, it's eating as you. And once it has your voice, your seat, your habits, it doesn't need the rest. You can leave, because you already have. That night, I did eat something. First time in over a week. Nothing fancy. Just rice. No seasoning. No heat. It was already warm. Already there. I don't remember chewing. Just placing the spoon down when I was finished. And then, across from me, the second chair creaked. And someone, maybe him, maybe me, set their spoon down too. Perfectly in sync. I didn't speak. Didn't look up. Just nodded once. That was enough. After that, the visits stopped. No more food showing up. No more tapping. No more voices. The mirror returned to normal. The fridge stayed clean. And the table was always set for one. But I kept the second chair pulled out. Just in case. Sometimes I still sit there after midnight, letting the quiet stretch. Not out of fear anymore. Out of respect for whatever shared those meals with me, for whatever kept me company when no one else did. They never took anything I wasn't already giving up, and they never asked for more than I could offer. So if someone knocks at your door at 1:19 and hands you a meal you didn't ask for, don't panic. Don't run. Just eat quietly. And listen. You're not alone anymore. My name's Elise, and even now, looking back on it, I can't tell you exactly what happened at that birthday party. Trust me, I've tried. I've rolled it around in my head 100 different ways, trying to make sense of something that just won't click into place. I don't expect anyone to believe me, not fully anyway, but I'm going to put it all out here, step by step, and maybe by the end I'll find some explanation that makes sense. Maybe I won't, probably not. This all started on my daughter Ava's 8th birthday. Ava's not the kind of kid who makes a fuss about birthdays. She's shy, careful, always thinking before she speaks. When she asked for a big party, something we'd never really done before, I thought maybe it was her way of stepping out of her shell, of telling me she was finally ready to open up a bit more. How could I say no to that? We went all out, streamers, balloons, glittering pink and gold everywhere. Ava had picked a unicorn theme, and I'd stayed up half the night before decorating cupcakes, hanging banners, and setting up games in the backyard. We invited every kid from her class. 17 children, plus Ava. I figured some wouldn't show, but they all did. That should have made me happy. But then, around halfway through the party, a man I'd never seen before walked through the front gate into the yard, holding the hand of a little girl. At first glance, he seemed perfectly ordinary tall, neatly dressed in a polo shirt and khakis, the kind of guy who could blend in anywhere. But something felt off. Not dangerous exactly, just out of place. I know every parent from Ava's class by face, if not by name. I didn't know him. I didn't know her. He smiled politely, almost apologetically, as he approached. "Hey, I'm so sorry we're late," he said. His voice was soft, neutral. "She's from another section of the school. Hope you don't mind her joining." I paused, looking down at the girl. She had dark hair, pale skin, and eyes so deep set I couldn't tell if they were brown or black. She didn't smile. She didn't even seem nervous. She just stood there, holding the man's hand loosely, staring directly past me. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I asked. She looked up at the man briefly, as if waiting for permission. He squeezed her hand and nodded, but she still didn't speak. "She's shy," he said, smoothly stepping in. "First party in a while." Something inside me hesitated. Something told me to ask more questions, to press further. But behind me, the children were laughing, and music was playing, and the day felt too bright, too ordinary, for me to make a scene. I didn't want to embarrass her, or Ava. So I nodded. "Of course, she's welcome. There's cake and games." The man smiled again, gentle, detached. "Perfect. I'll be back for her after the party. Thanks so much." And then he was gone, back out the gate and down the driveway. I watched him leave, feeling oddly unsettled, but forcing it aside. When I turned around, the girl had already walked away, drifting silently towards the others. She never joined in the games, didn't eat cake, didn't even speak, really, just hovered quietly near Ava. Once, when they sat together on the edge of the trampoline, I noticed Ava leaning toward her, whispering something. The girl didn't move, didn't even seem to blink as she listened. Ava giggled nervously, looked at me, and then quickly looked away again. I let it go. Later, as parents arrived to pick up their kids, the yard began to empty out. I started tidying up, collecting paper plates and half-empty cups. Ava wandered over, tugging at my shirt. "Mom, where's the girl?" I glanced around. She wasn't there. I assumed her dad had picked her up quietly, slipping back out as unnoticed as he'd arrived. "I guess she left, sweetie." Ava's face scrunched up, looking puzzled. She didn't even say bye. We went inside, exhausted, ready to collapse into bed after a long, chaotic day. As I tucked Ava in, she pulled me close. Her eyes looked strange, too wide, too serious. "Mom," she whispered. "She said something weird." I leaned in closer. "Who, Ava?" "The girl. She asked if she could come back when I'm alone next time." A cold ripple went through me, sudden and sharp. I tried to keep my voice calm. "Did she say why?" Ava shook her head, burrowing deeper into her blankets. She said it quietly, like a secret. She told me not to tell, but I got scared. I kissed her forehead, smoothing her hair back gently. "It's okay, baby. You don't have to worry about it. She probably just wants to play again." But even as I said it, I didn't believe myself. I stayed by Ava's bed long after she fell asleep, watching her breathe, feeling a tightness in my chest I couldn't explain. Later that night, I checked the security camera footage. We have a small camera by the front door installed years ago, after some mail got stolen. I hadn't thought about it all day, too busy with everything else. But now I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. I rewound the footage, scanning quickly until I found the exact moment before guests arrived. And there she was, standing perfectly still at the end of the driveway. Alone, no car, no parent. Just her, tiny and motionless, her eyes fixed blankly ahead. She didn't fidget, didn't pace, didn't even shift her weight from foot to foot. She stood there for 10 straight minutes, frozen, like she was waiting for some signal I couldn't see. When Ava woke up the next morning, the first thing she said was, "My doll is gone." We searched everywhere, under the bed, in the closet, behind the couch, nothing. But on Ava's nightstand, exactly where she'd left the doll, there was something else, a small folded piece of paper. My hands shook as I opened it, reading the neat, childlike handwriting. "I had fun. My name's Elise, and as I write this down, trying to figure out exactly where things went wrong, exactly who that little girl was, I still don't have answers. Just questions, endless questions. But one thing I know for certain: she was never invited. She never left the way she came in. And whoever or whatever she was, I have the horrible feeling that she's not done yet." The days after Ava's party weren't right. Not dramatically wrong, not police cars and neighbors whispering at the mailbox kind of wrong, just quietly off. Like when you wake up and the house feels empty, even though you know someone's home. Like when the radio slips between stations and you hear 2 songs overlapping, never fully catching either. Ava wasn't sleeping well. She didn't tell me directly, but I could see it, the heaviness under her eyes, the way she rubbed at her wrists distractedly when she thought I wasn't looking. Normally, Ava was bright in the mornings, chatty over breakfast and fussy about her toast crusts. But suddenly she became withdrawn, picking silently at her cereal, stirring loops and stars in circles until they turned soggy. At first I chalked it up to the aftermath of the party. Maybe it had overwhelmed her, I thought, or maybe the strange little girl had unsettled her more than she'd let on. But it didn't fade the way things usually do for kids. Instead, it hung around this strange mood, thick and quiet, clouding over her like a shadow. I tried talking about it once, gently, as we brushed our teeth together one night. Ava looked up into the mirror, mouth half full of foam, and just shook her head. She spit carefully into the sink, wiped her mouth, and climbed into bed without another word. Her silence spoke louder than anything else. Then the doll showed up again. It was a Thursday afternoon, nearly a week since the party. I'd just gotten home from picking Ava up at school. She'd gone straight to her room, like she had every day that week, door closed tight behind her. It broke my heart to see her withdrawing into herself again, but I decided to give her some space, to trust she'd talk when she was ready. I was unpacking groceries when I heard her bedroom door slam open, then footsteps pounding down the stairs. She burst into the kitchen, pale and breathless, her eyes wide with panic. "It's back, Mom," she said, voice shaking. "My doll. She put it back." I stopped mid-motion, still clutching a half-empty milk carton. "Who put it back, Ava?" Her lower lip trembled slightly. "I don't know, but it's sitting right in the middle of my bed." I set the milk down and took her hand, forcing myself to breathe slowly. "Let's go see." Her room felt smaller somehow, colder too, despite the afternoon sun filtering through the curtains. And Ava was right. Her doll, the missing one, was sitting upright on the bedspread, placed with careful precision, legs crossed, hands neatly folded in its lap. "Maybe you forgot you found it," I said softly, not believing my own words. Ava shot me a look, almost angry. I backed down immediately. "Sorry, I know you didn't." Ava wouldn't step into the room, hanging back at the doorway, as if the doll itself might jump out at her. "She did it, Mom. She said she would." I felt that cold feeling again, the one that had settled in my stomach since the party. "When did she say that, Ava?" "At the party." Ava swallowed hard. "When we were alone, she said she liked my dolls and she wanted one. I didn't say yes. I didn't say anything." "Did she take it that day?" Ava shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. Maybe." She kept looking at it, though, like she was deciding something. I walked over to the bed, carefully lifting the doll. It felt normal, soft cloth body, plastic head slightly dented from years of play. But there was a scent on it, something faint and unfamiliar. Not perfume, not dirt, something sharper, like rust or stale water. That night, after Ava finally drifted into a restless sleep, I checked the security footage again. There was nothing unusual at first, just the normal blur of activity. Ava and me leaving, returning, mail delivery, passing cars. But at exactly 3:32 p.m., about an hour before we got home, the camera flickered. Static ran across the image, gray bars pulsing and distorting the picture for exactly 6 seconds. Then, just as suddenly, it cleared again, and the front porch was empty. I replayed it 3 times, each time feeling my throat tighten a little more. It wasn't proof of anything, not exactly, but it wasn't right either. I couldn't shake the feeling that the little girl or whoever had brought her had come back. Over the next few days, I caught Ava talking quietly to herself, not like a normal kid inventing stories, but low, urgent whispers, like she was trying to convince someone of something. Whenever I stepped closer, she stopped immediately, her small face turning carefully blank. She started drawing too, Ava had always loved to draw, but now her sketches took on an eerie repetition, page after page of stick figures standing perfectly still, hands clasped in front, eyes wide and empty. Always drawn the same way, always one slightly apart from the others. "Who's this, honey?" I asked one night, pointing to the lone figure. Ava looked at the page briefly, her eyes flat. "You know who it is." She didn't say more. She didn't have to. I began waking up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard footsteps in the hallway. But whenever I checked, the house stood silent and empty, Ava fast asleep, curled tightly beneath her covers. One night I stayed up, sitting quietly in my room with the door cracked open, waiting. For hours, nothing happened, just the ticking of the hallway clock and the faint hum of the fridge downstairs. Then, just past 2 in the morning, Ava's bedroom door creaked slowly open. I held my breath, watching as she stepped into the hallway, walking slowly and deliberately toward the stairs. Her movements were stiff, oddly mechanical, as though she wasn't fully awake or in control of herself. "Ava," I whispered. She didn't respond, didn't pause, just kept moving steadily, down the stairs, her small silhouette swallowed by the darkness below. I followed quietly, my heart pounding as I reached the bottom step. Ava stood by the front door, facing it, her small hand pressed gently against the wood, head tilted slightly as though listening to someone I couldn't see. "Honey," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "who's there?" Ava didn't turn around, but her voice was clear when she answered. "She says she had fun. She wants to play again." The door handle rattled gently beneath her fingertips, like something outside was testing it. My breath caught sharply. My whole body went rigid as I stepped forward, pulling Ava gently back. "Come on, sweetheart," I whispered, forcing calmness into my voice. "Come upstairs with Mommy." But as I pulled her away, I felt the door rattling softly again, persistent but patient. Whoever was outside wasn't ready to leave just yet. Neither was Ava. The next morning, everything felt off kilter. The house looked the same, but it felt different, like waking up in a hotel room that's identical to yours, except you know something isn't quite right. After the night I'd had, I couldn't stop watching Ava, trying to decide if she seemed okay. She ate her cereal quietly, kept her eyes lowered, avoided my attempts at small talk, and carefully scooted her spoon around until the cereal turned to mush. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and hesitant. "Mom?" "Yes, sweetie?" She paused, not looking up. "Am I in trouble?" I leaned closer, trying not to let her see how shaky I felt. "No, Ava. Why would you think that?" She stirred her cereal again, eyes flicking briefly toward me, then away. "You looked scared last night. You never look scared." I wasn't scared. I lied, brushing her hair gently from her face. I just didn't understand what was happening. "Were you sleepwalking?" She shrugged lightly, uncertain. "I don't know. I don't remember going downstairs." "You said someone was at the door," I pressed softly. "Do you remember who?" She hesitated, then shook her head quickly, as if shaking away a thought she didn't want. "No, nobody." I didn't push it further. Not yet. She was already retreating into herself, pulling back from something she couldn't or wouldn't explain. After breakfast, I walked her to school, watched until she disappeared inside, then made a quick stop at the hardware store. I bought a new set of deadbolts and a security bar for the sliding glass door. When I got home, I installed them immediately, fingers shaking a little, feeling irrational and paranoid, but also completely justified. Later that afternoon, I called my friend Lisa. She had a daughter in Ava's class and had been at the party. Lisa was reliable, matter of fact, the kind of person who saw through everything. I trusted her judgment, and honestly, I needed someone else to tell me if I was going crazy. Lisa answered on the third ring. "Hey, Elise, everything okay?" I took a breath, steadied myself. Sort of. Listen, the party last weekend, you remember that girl who showed up with her dad? There was a pause on her end. Which girl? My stomach dropped slightly. The one nobody recognized. Dark hair, quiet, showed up late. Another pause, longer this time. Then Lisa spoke slowly, like choosing each word carefully. "Elise, honey, I don't know who you're talking about. There weren't any unfamiliar kids. I stayed the whole party." My throat tightened. "No, Lisa, there was a girl. Her father dropped her off. You have to remember." "Elise," she said gently, "are you feeling okay? I mean, it was chaotic with so many kids, but I swear I didn't see anyone like that." We exchanged a few more awkward pleasantries and hung up. I stood in the kitchen for a long time afterward, gripping my phone too tightly, heart racing. I knew what I'd seen, who I'd seen. The child had been there, clear as daylight, but somehow no one else remembered her at all. Later that evening, after Ava was safely in bed, I watched the security footage again. This time, I paid closer attention, rewinding slowly through the hours before and after the party, looking for anything unusual, any small detail I'd overlooked. But every frame looked exactly the same, exactly how I remembered. Except for one thing. When the camera flickered again, I paused and leaned closer. I moved through it frame by frame, and just as the static cleared, in the corner of the footage something shifted slightly at the edge of the porch. At first glance, it looked like nothing, a shadow maybe, or a leaf blowing past. But when I replayed it slowly, I saw clearly what it was. A small, pale hand reaching briefly into frame, like it was touching the railing. My breathing quickened. I played the footage again and again. The more I watched it, the more certain I was. It was a child's hand, reaching, testing, then pulling away. Never fully stepping into view. I shut the laptop abruptly, heart pounding. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, Ava stayed home. She complained of a headache and a stomachache, and I didn't question it. She stayed in bed, quiet, withdrawn, coloring those same strange drawings, row after row of silent figures, eyes empty and staring straight ahead. I called the school, told them Ava was sick, and then spent the morning pacing, checking the locks repeatedly, feeling trapped inside my own home. I considered going somewhere else, a hotel, my sister's place out of state, but something inside me resisted. Running felt like admitting I was scared, and admitting I was scared felt like giving whatever this was more power. Around noon, Ava wandered downstairs quietly, clutching her sketch pad tightly to her chest. She stood in the kitchen doorway, hesitant, shifting from one foot to the other. "Mom?" I set down my coffee, forcing a calm smile. "Yeah, honey? Do you think she's coming back?" I swallowed, throat dry. Who? You know who, she whispered. Her voice was almost pleading. The girl, the one who took my doll. My hands felt cold. I don't know, Ava, but she can't get in. I made sure. She stared at me, eyes wide, solemn, too knowing for her age. Locks won't stop her. Something in her tone sent a chill through me, deeper than anything before. Why would you say that? Ava hesitated, then placed her sketch pad carefully on the kitchen table, flipping it open to a page near the back. The drawing was darker this time, more detailed. It showed our house, sketched roughly in pencil, but standing at the edge of the yard was a small figure. She'd drawn her with dark hair, black eyes staring directly forward. Her feet hovered slightly above the ground. Underneath, Ava had written 3 words in shaky letters. She's already here. Ava, I whispered, what does this mean? She shook her head, eyes watery. I don't know. I didn't mean to draw that. I knelt down, pulling her close. It's okay, sweetheart. It's going to be okay. But even as I held her, even as I spoke comforting words, I barely believed myself. I glanced at the drawing again. That small, silent figure floating above the ground, staring at us from the page. That afternoon, I called Lisa again, asked if Ava could stay at her house overnight. I didn't explain fully, but Lisa agreed immediately, sensing my desperation. I packed Ava's overnight bag carefully, kissed her forehead, and watched Lisa drive her away. Then I sat in the empty house, alone, watching shadows lengthen along the walls, listening carefully to every sound, and waiting for whatever was already there. After Lisa drove away with Ava, the house suddenly felt emptier than I ever remembered it. Not quiet exactly, I could still hear the fridge humming, the soft creak of old floorboards, the distant ticking of the hallway clock, but hollow, like it was holding its breath along with me, waiting for something to happen. I spent the first hour just pacing. The rooms felt different now, bigger somehow, colder. I kept glancing at Ava's drawings, scattered across the table, reminding myself that I'd made the right choice sending her away, even if I still couldn't explain why. As the evening dragged on, I cleaned the kitchen 3 separate times, reorganized the bookshelf, then went upstairs to change Ava's sheets. It was mindless work, something to keep my hands busy and my thoughts quiet, even though it didn't really help. Eventually, I sat down on the edge of her bed, running my hands over the pink cotton sheets, feeling oddly guilty, like I'd let her down somehow, even though I knew that didn't make sense. Just after 10, Lisa called to tell me Ava had fallen asleep watching a movie. She's okay, Lisa said gently. You sound like you needed to hear that. I did, I admitted quietly. Thanks. You sure you're all right, Elise? I hesitated. Not really, but it's not something I can explain. Lisa paused. You can try. But I couldn't, not without sounding insane. Maybe later, I finally said, and ended the call. By 11:30, the house felt unbearably still. I stood in the kitchen, considering making tea, then decided it was pointless and just headed upstairs instead. Every sound felt louder as I climbed the stairs, the floorboards creaking sharply, the faint scrape of branches against the window. At the top, I hesitated, listening hard. The house had settled into complete silence now, and it felt heavy, oppressive, like the air itself was thickening. I walked slowly toward Ava's room again, pulled by a vague but insistent feeling. The door was open just slightly, exactly how I'd left it, but something about that narrow gap felt wrong, like a breath held too long. I pushed the door wider, stepping carefully inside. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The air felt damp, heavier than it should have, almost stale, as if someone had left a window open after a storm. I moved to the window quickly, double-checking the lock, but it was secure. Turning back to the room, I noticed something else immediately. Ava's doll, the one that had vanished and returned, was no longer on her bed where I'd left it. Instead, it sat upright in the small rocking chair in the corner, angled slightly toward me. Its plastic eyes stared blankly forward, empty and glassy, reflecting the dim moonlight from the window. My chest tightened. Slowly, forcing myself to stay calm, I approached the doll. As I picked it up, it felt oddly heavy, denser, colder somehow. Without thinking, I flipped it over, turning it in my hands. That's when I saw it. On the doll's back, barely visible in the dimness, were 3 faint scratches, thin, parallel lines, like they'd been carved delicately with something sharp. They weren't random. They looked deliberate, purposeful. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at them for a long moment, trying desperately to convince myself they were meaningless. A child's careless play, but something deep inside me knew better. I set the doll down carefully, fighting back a wave of panic, and stepped away. I didn't want to stay in that room any longer, but I also didn't want to leave it unwatched. So I found myself retreating just enough to sit in the hallway, my back against the wall, eyes never fully leaving Ava's door. I wasn't sure exactly what I expected to see, but I knew I couldn't sleep. The hours stretched endlessly, slipping past midnight, then 1, then 2, the house stubbornly quiet, until I finally began drifting into a restless, half-awake state. Not quite sleeping, not quite awake, caught somewhere between exhaustion and hyper-awareness. That's when I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a soft rustling sound, coming from somewhere downstairs, like fabric brushing against furniture. Instantly awake, my heart started hammering. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, steady, deliberate, rhythmic. Slowly, I rose to my feet and moved toward the stairs. Each step felt shaky beneath me, like walking on ice that could crack at any moment. The rustling grew clearer as I reached the bottom step. It was coming from the living room. As I rounded the corner, I froze. The television, which I'd left off all evening, was on, muted, casting shifting colors across the walls. But it wasn't the TV that held my attention. Sitting in the center of the couch was Ava's doll. Upright, arms neatly positioned, facing the blank screen. I felt a sharp spike of fear, but before I could move, the doll shifted slightly. It didn't fall, it didn't topple, it moved as if adjusting itself. Then the screen flickered abruptly, static hissing softly through the silence. I took a half step forward, pulse racing, ready to snatch the doll and throw it outside or burn it, anything but suddenly the static cut out completely, replaced by a steady, high-pitched ringing. And then, very softly, from behind me, I heard Ava's voice. "Mommy?" I whipped around, heart nearly stopping, but the room behind me was empty. No Ava, just shadows, empty chairs, and silence. I rushed through the house, checking every room, every door, every lock. Ava wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. She was safely at Lisa's, miles away. But I had heard her voice clearly, unmistakably, calling to me. Shaking badly, I called Lisa immediately. She answered on the first ring, sleep thick in her voice. "Elise, it's almost 3. What's wrong?" "Lisa, is Ava okay? Please check her." I heard movement, then Lisa murmured softly, "She's right here, Elise. She's asleep. She's fine." I exhaled sharply, relief and confusion mingling painfully. "Thank God. Sorry, Lisa. I must have dreamed something." "Go to sleep," Lisa said gently. "Ava's fine. You're exhausted." After hanging up, I stood in the darkened living room, watching the doll again. It was motionless now, lifeless plastic and cloth once more, its eyes reflecting nothing. But just before I turned away, I saw something else, something subtle enough that I nearly missed it entirely. Its head tilted slightly, just a fraction toward the window, toward something outside. Slowly, I moved to the window, peering into the dark yard beyond. There, just beyond the porch railing, standing silently in the moonlight, was the little girl from the party. She stood perfectly still, her eyes dark and unblinking, looking directly at me. And behind her, just beyond the light, a taller shadow waited, watching quietly, patiently. They had come back. And this time, Ava wasn't here to distract them. This time they had come for me. I stood frozen at the window, barely breathing, heart racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. The girl stood perfectly still, hands loose at her sides, staring directly at me through the glass. Behind her, the taller figure, just a shadowy outline, waited patiently, half hidden in darkness. They didn't move. Neither did I. We just watched each other silently, caught in a tense, fragile moment. I had no idea how long we stayed like that, a minute, 5 minutes, but finally, the taller figure shifted slightly, melting back into the shadows. Then the girl turned slowly, calmly, and began to walk away. I watched her retreat until the darkness swallowed her completely. Then I sank onto the couch, trembling. My mind scrambled desperately, trying to piece together what had just happened, why it had happened, and who or what was behind this. I'd never believed in ghosts or demons, never given much thought to anything supernatural. But now, the calm certainty I'd always felt about reality had cracked. Something had come to my house, something not quite right, something that wanted Ava. Or wanted me. I didn't sleep again that night, couldn't even consider it. Instead, I sat rigid on the couch, clutching Ava's doll, now limp and cold again, half expecting to see it move, half convinced I'd finally lost my mind completely. By morning, the house felt drained, as if something had finally let go. Sunlight spilled weakly through the blinds, making the shadows retreat, and for a few minutes, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Almost. Then Lisa texted me, asking if Ava was staying another night. I stared at the message, trying to decide how to reply. My first instinct was to bring Ava home, keep her close, never let her out of my sight again. But another part of me, deep, primal, protective, insisted that Ava was safer away from whatever was happening here. I told Lisa to keep her one more night. Then I called my mom. My mom has always been practical, never superstitious, always steady. She listened without interrupting as I poured everything out. The party, the girl, the drawings, Ava's sleepwalking, the doll moving, and the figures outside. When I finished, there was a long silence. "Elise," she finally said, her voice carefully neutral, "have you considered calling the police?" "To say what, Mom? That a doll moved by itself? That a child nobody else remembers showed up at Ava's birthday party?" My voice cracked slightly. "They'll think I'm crazy." She sighed gently. "I believe you, Elise. I don't understand it, but I believe you. Maybe it's time you came home for a bit, both you and Ava." Part of me wanted to say yes, immediately, to pack our things and leave everything behind. But the other part, stubborn, frightened, determined, resisted. Leaving felt too much like giving in, admitting that whatever this was had beaten me. "I'll think about it," I promised quietly, then ended the call. As the afternoon wore on, I cleaned obsessively. It wasn't logical, but it helped, gave me something to control, something concrete to focus on. Every window, every door frame, every inch of Ava's room got scrubbed until my knuckles hurt and the scent of bleach filled the house. When the sun began to set, anxiety coiled tighter in my stomach. The idea of spending another night alone was unbearable, but bringing Ava back here felt reckless. I found myself trapped between two impossible choices. Eventually, the need to see Ava overpowered my fear. I texted Lisa, thanked her again, and said I'd come by in the morning to pick her up. Then, with nothing left to do but wait, I turned every light in the house on, curled up on the couch, and stared blankly at the TV. I must have dozed off, because the sudden knocking startled me awake. For a split second I thought maybe Lisa had brought Ava home early, but when I looked at the clock, it was past midnight. Heart pounding, I slowly approached the front door, peering cautiously through the peephole. Nobody there. I waited, ears straining. The house remained silent. Then the knock came again, not from the front door this time, but from the back, softer and steadier, almost rhythmic. I moved quietly toward the kitchen, pulse hammering in my ears, breathing shallow and quick. Through the kitchen window, I could just make out a shadowy outline standing on the back porch, too small for an adult, motionless in the pale glow from the porch light. My chest tightened painfully. "Who's there?" I called, voice shaking slightly. No response, just the soft, patient knocking again. I stood there, paralyzed, torn between opening the door and running away. After several agonizing seconds, the knocking stopped abruptly. The shadow stepped backward slowly, calmly, until it disappeared beyond the reach of the porch light. For a moment, nothing moved. Then I felt something behind me, a faint rustle, a whisper of air. My heart nearly stopped as I spun around. Ava's doll was sitting on the kitchen table now, facing the window. I felt dizzy, disoriented, like reality was slipping away. Grabbing the doll roughly, I marched straight to the trash can, shoved it inside, and slammed the lid shut, breathing heavily. Just as I stepped back, the porch light flickered once, twice, then went dark completely. The house plunged into sudden, suffocating darkness. My breath caught painfully. I stumbled backward, feeling blindly for my phone, but before I could reach it, I heard footsteps, small, careful footsteps moving slowly toward the back door. And then, very quietly, the back door handle rattled again, gently testing the lock. I held my breath, frozen in place, praying the locks would hold. Then, from just outside the door, I heard a voice. A child's voice, soft, calm, and eerily familiar. "Can I come in now?" I recognized it instantly, the little girl from Ava's party. "No," I whispered, barely able to speak. "Please, just leave." A pause, then she spoke again, closer this time, almost against the glass. "But she invited me." My body shook violently. No, she didn't. You have to go." For a moment, there was silence, long and heavy. Then, in a softer, stranger tone, the girl replied, "She will, though, soon." I waited, frozen, but no more sounds came. Eventually, I forced myself to move, stumbling to the phone, calling Lisa again in a panic. Lisa answered, sleepy and confused, but quickly sensed my terror. "Ava's right here, Elise," she reassured me. "She's sleeping. Nothing's happened here." "Please don't let her out of your sight," I pleaded. "Just please." "I won't," Lisa promised. "I'm right here." After hanging up, I sank to the kitchen floor, sobbing softly, shaking uncontrollably. I knew now, with terrifying certainty, that whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted, it wasn't done. Not with Ava. And not with me. By dawn, I knew exactly what I had to do. The sun rose slow and pale, its weak light chasing the shadows away, inch by careful inch. It didn't calm me, exactly, but it gave me just enough clarity to finally make a decision. I had tried ignoring it, tried rationalizing it, tried running from it. None of that had worked. So now I was going to face it head on. After making sure Ava was safe still with Lisa, who agreed without hesitation to keep her as long as necessary, I spent the morning going through the house methodically, looking for anything out of place. Anything strange or left behind. The doll stayed in the trash, unmoving now, just another piece of unwanted garbage, though I half expected it to turn up again somewhere else. It didn't. I searched every corner, every closet, every drawer. I felt ridiculous, paranoid, driven by something I still couldn't fully name or understand, but I had to try. By late morning, the house felt stripped bare, emptied of secrets. I stood in the middle of Ava's room one last time, looking around at all the familiar things, her stuffed animals lined neatly on shelves, her books carefully stacked, and her drawings, the unsettling ones, still scattered across her desk. Then my eyes fell on something tucked between the mattress and the bed frame, something small, pale, nearly invisible. My heart skipped painfully as I reached slowly toward it, fingertips brushing against the thin edge of paper. Carefully, I pulled it out. It was another note, folded neatly just like before. My hand shook slightly as I opened it, revealing handwriting that matched the first note Ava had found. She said yes. My stomach twisted, sick and tight. I felt like screaming, like collapsing, like breaking down entirely, but instead, I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my pocket, feeling oddly calm now. Whatever was happening, whatever this girl or thing was, it had chosen us for a reason, and I was determined to find out why. That afternoon, I drove straight to Ava's school, asked quietly if I could speak privately to Mrs. Carter, Ava's teacher. She took one look at my face and immediately led me into a small office down the hall, closing the door gently behind us. "Elise," she began softly, "is everything okay? Ava hasn't seemed herself lately." "I know," I said, voice strained. "Have you ever seen Ava with a girl from another class, dark-haired, quiet, someone nobody seems to recognize?" Mrs. Carter paused, brow furrowed, thinking carefully. "I don't think so, no. Ava mostly keeps to herself. She's been even quieter than usual since the party, actually." "Do you remember her talking about anyone new?" I asked, desperate now. "Anyone at all? Someone she might have invited privately?" She shook her head slowly. "I'm sorry, Elise. I haven't noticed anything like that. Ava hasn't mentioned anyone." Defeated, I thanked her and left, feeling emptier than ever. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fighting the urge to cry, to scream in frustration. But as the minutes ticked by, something slowly crystallized in my mind. It didn't matter where the girl came from or why nobody remembered her. She was real enough for us. And now, Ava had unknowingly invited her in. That night, I brought Ava home. Lisa tried to convince us to stay longer, but I felt strongly that we couldn't avoid this forever. Ava held my hand tightly as we stepped inside, her eyes nervously scanning every corner, as if she expected something to leap out at us from the shadows. The house was silent, though, almost unnaturally so. I cooked dinner quietly, Ava barely touching her food. When bedtime came, I sat beside her on the bed, gently brushing her hair away from her face. She looked up at me solemnly, her eyes too serious for an 8-year-old. "Mom," she said softly, "she's going to come back tonight. I know it." I took a slow breath, steadied my voice. "I know, sweetie." Ava stared at me, surprised. "You do?" "Yes," I said calmly, squeezing her hand. "And when she does, I'm going to talk to her. You don't have to worry anymore." She hesitated, eyes wide with worry. "But she wants me, Mom." "She can't have you," I whispered, kissing her forehead. "I promise." She fell asleep eventually, exhausted by fear and worry, curled tightly beneath the blankets. I sat beside her bed in the dark, listening closely to every creak, every whisper of the house settling around us, waiting. It was nearly 2 a.m. when the knocking came again, soft but unmistakable, this time at Ava's bedroom window. My heart leapt into my throat, but I forced myself to stand calmly, crossing to the window slowly. And there she was, standing perfectly still in the moonlight, dark eyes staring directly into mine. I opened the window slowly, just a few inches, my voice trembling slightly. "What do you want?" She tilted her head gently, considering me, her expression flat and empty. "To play," she finally said softly. "You can't," I whispered firmly. "Not here. Not with Ava. You need to leave." She shook her head slightly, almost sadly. "I can't. She already said yes." "No," I insisted, heart pounding. "I'm her mother. She didn't understand what she was agreeing to. It doesn't count." The girl stepped closer, face pressed near the glass, but she meant it. "Please," I whispered, desperate. Just leave her alone. She paused again, long enough for my pulse to hammer painfully in my chest. Then she spoke quietly, almost thoughtfully. I could take something else instead. I froze. What do you mean? She met my gaze steadily. You could say yes instead. That's fair. My stomach clenched violently, but as I glanced back toward Ava's bed, peaceful in sleep, untouched for now, I knew instantly there was no choice, not really. Yes, I whispered, voice breaking slightly. If you leave Ava alone, I'll say yes. For the first time, she smiled gently, softly, as if relieved. Then, without another word, she stepped away from the window and disappeared into the darkness. Immediately, the room felt lighter, clearer somehow. When I turned around, Ava stirred slightly, eyes opening halfway. Mommy? Go back to sleep, sweetheart, I whispered, leaning over and kissing her gently. She sighed softly, turning back over, instantly peaceful again. I sat quietly beside her bed until dawn finally broke, bright and clear, washing the shadows fully away. After that night, everything changed. Ava began sleeping soundly again, her eyes brighter, her laughter returning slowly. The house felt normal again, safe, warm, like a nightmare finally lifted. But I knew better. Because from that night on, whenever I'm alone, I feel it, the quiet, watchful presence somewhere nearby, waiting patiently. Ava never mentions her again, as if the girl never existed. But I remember. And I understand now. Because whatever that girl was, she kept her promise. She left Ava alone. And now, every night, when the house settles quietly into sleep, I wait calmly, patiently, for the soft knocking to come again. Because she wasn't finished. Not with Ava, and certainly not with me. She's simply waiting, and I've already said yes.